Just trying to get everything set up. We're going to go live a little early this morning just to do the news play. Then once news is over, we'll set up our chart. Also, for some reason, my camera's been freezing up a good bit. Uh, so it looks like we kind of had a 60-50 point move this morning. I'm not sure if this was news. I knew there was some other news in the world. I'm just not sure what it was. We may do a news play on a sim account just to participate. Hopefully, this is not the only volatility we get today. Sometimes on this non-farm payroll days, we'll get these big news in the morning. The rest of the day can just be kind of choppy. Good morning, trader. We just got on early today because we wanted to watch non-farm payroll volatility. And I'm kind of worried that this might be the only movement we get today because it could just be super choppy the rest of the day. Plus, I've been kind of having to cut the streams a little short the last couple days because of, insurance adjusters, make sure I get the dryer fix, and which we took care of all those yesterday. So the dryer's fixed, the wife's happy. Uh, am I going to do the YOLO this morning? No, I only have like 2 evals at the moment. Very true there, good sir. Yeah, so we only have 2 evals, and the way I'm working these 2 evals is one eval I'm copy trading with the funded account, and then after I get that one trade with the funded account, this will be the eval I trade the rest of the day. Usually I'm not a big news play, but we're definitely going to be over here watching a Methodical Man. If you want to get on Methodical Man stream, he's doing some YOLO on some accounts. If you want to watch him YOLO, that's what I'm doing. I guess you can say it's a go gamble morning. Yeah, very true. If I had to pick one, I would. I might have to reset my mic. I heard some static. Oh, let me reset that. Uh, mic fell over too. Camera fell over too. All right. There we go. I guess the camera fell over as I was resetting the amp for the microphone. Are you planning on YOLO anything this morning? I don't know what it is. I keep hearing static in my mic. Might have to do a reset this morning. It's first issues I've had in a while. So we got about 5 minutes left for farm payroll. You would think of us being at all-time highs, you'd think a dump would be incoming. After the news play, we'll get Adam's numbers put on the charts. So what we'll do is we may do a practice sim account just to practice this to see if it'll work. Golly, man. Not really sure what's going on this morning. I've had issues with mic and camera.
Order submitted.
This is taken on a sim account, so this is not a real account. We just want to see if we can get the victory.
Order canceled.
Ah,
Order submitted.
that's kind of what I'm feeling too. Hmm. I'm just doing it on a sim account, so there's no there's I'm not gambling or nothing. We just want to see if we can get the win. See if we can choose right. All right. There we go.
Order
Woo! Look at the victory. Nice. So this is usually how I like to play news. I like to see how it goes down there and makes a stopping area, then get the trade going back up.
order filled.
Oh, I jumped in too late. Oh shit. We might get a fail. We jumped in too late. I looked away for a
Order
second.
filled.
All right, we'll do that again.
Order filled.
It's gonna come back and break even us. Not sure what the hell that sound is. Uh oh.
Stop filled.
It come back and got us. I know. I'm hearing a methodical man talk about it. Was resetting the mic to see if I can get it to sound better. Oh, I left the. All right. What about now? I was trying to make sure both speakers are working. Yeah. Well, how far did you go down the short? Did you not do the short? My first short play worked, and I got greedy and tried to get back on the reversal. But like that's why I told you I was doing that on the sim account. Now, was that a Apex on your accounts? Oh, you went long. Oh, you hit your target and it didn't close. Ah, okay. Yeah, that sucks, man. Remember that happened to me. Remember that happened to me a few weeks ago whenever I did that? It did not fill me. I had a winning trade, but yeah, I hear Methodical Man talking about the same thing over there with his. It's entering him in and out of trades. Yeah, I'm not really sure the deal with the Ripnik and Apex because this is the first time I've really ever had issues with them. The last time I really went through like kind of messed up situation was with a lot of people are on the Trader Bait accounts with Top Step, and once Top Step left Trader Bait, everything worked fine. I guess because of the Top Step community's such a big community that it used to drown out Top Step. But I guess Ripnik is getting so big that they're going to have to update their stuff or something. You were at least doing that on evals, right? Not your funded accounts. Okay, eval. Gotcha. All right, let me check to make sure we have no more news. Than at the yeah, that's usually what I try to do. I hardly ever use the news play to get counts to funded, and I've always had a purpose. The reason why I do that is because I figure, like everybody wants to get the funded really easy without putting the work in. If you haven't been doing this a while, this is usually a newbie thing. But what happens is you didn't take the time to learn to risk managing your trade. Then you pay all that money to get that thing funded, and you blow it just because you're so in a hurry to get to that next level without putting in the work to get to that level. Oh, I think that's Methodical Man's. I keep hearing where it keeps telling cell signal. Yeah, that's gonna make me nervous about entering trades today. I don't. What I'm really annoyed about this is my funded account. Just one of them, luckily, is on a monthly basis. So I have till the end of the month that I was trying to get that to pay out. Either I was going to get it to pay out or blow it and cancel it so I don't have to pay that again. So, uh, it looks like we're pretty much don't have any more like really 3-star news for the rest of this morning. So,
Order filled.
once again, we're still on a sim account. We're still just seeing if we could get pushed down to the next level at the 59. Uh-oh. For us to move lower, we're going to have to get through that 33, 34 area on the ES. Oh, we got through it. We're going to dump. Oh, the 29, I think, maybe that next level on the ES. I think that's when some of those Manzini numbers that we went over 29. Oh, yeah. I'm not trading this crap, man. I just like to mess around on the old sim account, paper trading. Once in a blue moon, I will trade to like a eval on the news play, but very rare. I like to watch other people do it. This is at a 44 range that you had brought up yesterday, right? Remember that in that 40 area? Nice. Try to make my chart a little bigger. All right. Bouncing off that 44. We'll mess around with this for a few more minutes. Then after that, we'll get a little bit more serious and start getting our stuff marked out for the day. All right, that was that 44 bounce. Nice. May go and exit this one. See if we can get the long. Oh, oh, maybe that's maybe that's Oracle's page that keeps doing that. Hmm. Yeah, that's the same crap it did the other day. All right, so it looks like this is gonna be a failed trade. I guess this will be the last of the fun here. Boom. Dun dun dun. All righty. Woohoo! 4,000 fake money. We'll do a little reset. Reset. All right. We'll go to. I'll start working on getting Adam's numbers and stuff marked out. All right. Yeah, I really hope Apex gets his crap fixed. I don't really know what the deal is with Apex lately, or Ripnick, or whatever the issue's coming from. All right, so we're looking at the Adams newsletter. So supports for the first major is 5362. All right. Next is 50, 54 at 49. So 54. Eh. Yeah, I would be too scared to enter just because of the known issues. I don't really want to have to deal with that if it messes up my accounts. I didn't really buy an account this morning or this week to gamble a little bit on. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna have to go back to using Bulbinox a lot more until Apex gets their stuff fixed. But I've been using Apex more, just like I said, just because I have that monthly premium that's due, and so I feel obligated to use it. Yeah, that's why I only did one. I wanted the pressure of it. But you know, I hate that it's messing up because it makes it more difficult. Because I did that so I wouldn't be nervous about trading it. So it forces me to trade, you know, to trade that account. So that was the reason. $53.49. I was making these numbers a little bigger. That way, if anybody has any issues seeing them. All right. So what do we got now? 41. So this is a level of support off the atom numbers that we're bouncing off of, that 35-30 range. 41 is going to be your next level here. So if we get through that 41, all right, if we get through that 41, I think you'll be fine, man. So far we're moving through it pretty heavily. All right. So Manzini's saying, I mean, if you're listening to Methodical Man, he said Manzini says we have to reclaim that 41 to move higher. We'll see what happens at the 41, then I'll put some more numbers on in a minute. I know, same over here. I still got about 30 minutes. I may sign up for me another Beulah Knox not funded account, but eval. So as long as we reclaim that 41, man, I think you'll be good as far as your long goes. Looking good. Nice. Look at that. That nice rip through 41. I mean, I definitely think you're good all the way to at least 49, or 49 is going to be our next level. Nice. Just hit that 49 on the butt. Woo-hoo. That was a. Those are some nice levels we had Mazzini had called out. Hit it on the button for the bounce. All right, so now we just got to get through the 49 for you to move higher. I think we're going to probably retrace this whole move. You know, usually that's what happens. Or at least 50% of it. Well, I don't know. How high is that thing up? Let's see here. Oh yeah, dude. We can retrace this whole move. Look, the 76%'s right there at the right as that wick begins. So, dude, I think you're at least good all the way up to the 60s. And if we can keep going, we're going to the 70s. But 60s most definitely, I feel. Oh wait, that's not. This is the ES. Let me pull that on the yeah, about the same spot. Can always do the. I like lately I've been doing the. Oh man, we're bouncing right off that pivot. Holy crap! I mean, we've had support at this level here at the 19 or 20s. I guess we'll watch this. Come on, the break of 49. Man, you should have got a good bit of points if the ES went up 10 points compared to the NASDAQ. Let's see what happens if we move up today. I'm going to mark out some levels above the 60 here. Wow, dude, one of Adam's numbers in his newsletter was the 80. We hit the 80 on the button. Holy crap, man. That is nuts. I guess we should have maybe had these marked out pre-news. All right. Nice. Good morning, Carl. Cal. Just getting levels set up. Here's our levels for the ES this morning. I don't know if you can see those. At least mark. I got these first ones kind of marked out with big numbers, so you can just see the numbers. I think that's. No, I just use it more or less for uh, guidance, just because I know um, uh, the NASDAQ most of the time follows the ES. ES has a lot more weight to it. So a lot of times I will take my trades on the NASDAQ based off what the ES is doing. So if I see the ES breaking out, most of the time the NASDAQ is slightly behind it. And that's just because, the ES has the most wealthiest like 500 companies in it in America, where, the NASDAQ has tons of little companies. So if those big companies are pumping, it'll bring the NASDAQ up with it. It's kind of like watching the dollar. I don't know if you watch the dollar or not. I don't watch it, but I do hear other YouTubers talking about it. The dollar is the same thing. So the dollar is usually in reverse of the NASDAQ. So if the dollar is going up, the stock market's going down. So if you watch the dollar, if the dollar's going down, NASDAQ is usually going up. I'll leave these levels up here for a little bit longer if you want to mark them out. And these levels come from Adam's newsletter that he releases every month, and they're usually about $30 for his newsletter, but you can get them for $10 if you want to join Methodical Man's Discord, because he charges $10, but he gives the newsletter with it. Or you can just take his basic information that he offers for free off of the X. He pretty much will give these numbers off the X, but he doesn't really give his like plan of the day, like as far as breakouts and what trails he does and stuff like that. That's kind of what he gives away in his newsletter. So we got above that 49. That's kind of where our next level was, is at 49. And with plus we kind of tapped off the VWAP at the 52s. Like, I don't know if you took any trades during the foreign payroll this morning. Yeah, I'm in a central time zone. So are you in a Dodgy's Discord? Do you do that? I know you said you watch Dodgy stuff, and I didn't know if you did his Discord. Okay. I only know of that Discord because of Methodical Man. He had told me about it. I mean, I've never done any kind of like paid Discord. I've always tried to stay away from copy trading. It's just, because I've always told myself, if you copy trade someone online, I'm not saying don't get information from them, but like, if you copy someone, what if they're not there in 3 or 4 months to copy? Yeah, that's the best way to do it there is to learn your own strategy that works for yourself because everybody deals with different things. So like one of my biggest struggles in the in the past was holding trades. Like I would get super nervous. I don't do it now, but I used to. Like I jump in and I'll be trying to get out. Yeah, see, I never really got signals from people, but like that's why I've tried to stay away from even trading view like those signal indicators as far as entries go, I guess. I've enjoyed using more of the support and resistance for entries than anything. I feel like that's been because you can see where your support is or your resistance is and join off of that. But I also do use those inversion trades. I do like doing those. So like this big inversion trade here, I would not join in this one just because of your stop loss. Yeah, I don't blame you there. I usually never do any fair value gaps over 15 or 20. If they're usually that large, most time I'll stay with them. I like it when they're usually about 10 in width. That way you're not risking more than 15 to 20 points on your micros. Wow, we're already about to open. We got less than 2 minutes. Oh, I really don't know what to do just because, well, I don't. I need to look at my thing. My thing might be off skewed here because of my charts. Yeah, that's what I thought. Another thing that I've been looking at lately is the excuse me, the hour chart. All right. Are we going to get a dud this morning? Yeah, that's a huge fair value gap. If 49 holds, does that mean we're moving up? Come on, 49. Hold up. Uh, almost scared to take my trade just because I'm scared of the Apex messing up on us. Because I'm not sure if they gave the okay to take trades yet. Oh. So it looks like we're tapping that pivot at 16. No, it rejected it. Have you guys tried taking another trade on Apex and see if it's working? So we're going to need the hopefully 42 to hold up for us to move back up higher. And we'll have to get through this pivot on the 1 hour chart at the 16s, 13. This is the hour chart here. Uh-oh. Let's see. Nice. Thanks, trader. Wow. No volume at all. Maybe we'll fill in this gap here. Maybe that's what we're working on here. Let's get this one worked out. So it looks like we did fill in that gap there for we're pushing back up. We're above the pivot on the 1 hour. Maybe one of those Fridays where we just have to wait unless something happens in the next 15 minutes. I mean, look at this small opening 15-minute range. This thing's will be so small. Good. As long as our 41, 42 range holds up, I think we're still good as far as the ES goes. Man, I would really love for us to go back and fill in these data highs up at the 160s. That'd be an awesome Friday. Get us a nice little trend. I mean, the ES is starting to push a little bit. I have this inversion gap marked out, but I won't be taking that cow. But and this is on the 2 minute chart. This gap here. I'm pretty sure you can also probably find it on the 3 minute. Looks like the same entry as far as the low goes. Might better get a better. There's two, so Yeah, the NASDAQ and the ES are not in, I guess, in the same direction. They're not in sync. You got the NASDAQ pushing down, the ES is pushing up. The YM's pushing. Man, if we can get above this 49 at next level where we bounced off for a little bit. Yeah, it followed. It jumped up pretty quick. Look at there. Ah. I'm waiting for this next candle to print to see what happens on the ES. All right, so we're above the VWAP. We're getting above the VWAP on this next candle. Come on. If we can get through this 54, that's our next level on the ES, is at 54 there. Maybe a pullback to the 50 on the ES for. All right, so maybe that's our one little 2 candle pullback for the move up. Come on. No. All right, like to see us push on above. All right, pushing above that 54. I think if we can get above that VWAP, we have to look 44, that next support, before we run into resistance again.
Order
All right, let's see if we can take something up to that. We got above that 54 a little bit, not much. We need to push that 54 to move higher. We're above the VWAP. I feel like I can get hopefully most of my stuff sold off before we hit that 54. Oh, it's going to come back and do us dirty. Come on. All right. That's not looking promising. Well, the VWAP. It was kind of like a fake out on that 54 level. I thought we were going to push that 54, but we didn't push. As long as the VWAP holds on the ES, I think we're still good. We got to get through the 54s. All right, so we're finally pushing that 54. So as long as we push that 54, we're going to be good. But if we can't break through that 54, it's not going to be good. So I got faked out by that a little bit because I thought the 54 was going to fail. If the 54 fails, we're going to have a winning trade. But if the 54 doesn't fail or move up, it's probably going to be a losing trade. So 54 needs to go. All right, so we got above the 54. That's good. We should be good now. I feel like we'll be good. 40, there we go. So, all right. We're at break even. So, whatever happens, we'll just take our $50. So, that one got a little closer than comfort. It's probably going to go. I probably should have gave it more room, but and I took my trade off the VWAP here. Unfortunately, I just had to sit through a pullback. Yes, funded account. That one had me a little nervous. So these are the two counts I'm trading together. So I made basically $50 on the eval and 42. Should have got a lot more. I probably shouldn't have moved my stop loss. As you can see, now that we broke that 54, we're probably going to move up to the 62 next. And that was the paper hands coming out in me. Look at it go now. I got in prematurely. See, once we broke that 54. And what you have to know about Adam's numbers is there's always a retracement. You almost need to wait for it to print above it to go, but even that sometimes. And I may look for another trade above the 70 here also. If we can get above the 70. Let's see. Is that this trade right here? This is where you hopped in? Yeah, it'd be nice if I can find one more trade, but I'm trying to decide if I want to lower my risk down and just go down to either 5 or 3 micros since we've already gotten one trade. Either that or we pull back, test of 54, and that'll probably put us right at the VWAP on the NASDAQ. Or either we test this level right here. This is a good level to test, the 15-minute opening range. Yeah, we're running into, they got that resistance here on the, it's a pivot sitting right at the 70 on the 1 hour chart. So we got 5 minutes left in this 1 hour chart, kind of see what it's going to do. So if I look for long, it's going to be at this level here at the 70. If I look for long. So you don't want to see the VWAP fail here. You want to see the VWAP hold up, and that's at the 0.34. Oh, goodness. All right, so that's a nice. If we can break back above this 15-minute, the net VWAP is holding up. Cal, did you get all of your profit off of that inversion gap on the 1 minute, or at least take some of your profit? So usually whenever I trade inversion gaps, I usually try to take most of my points off at 5. Okay, yep. Nice. That's something similar I do, but I usually take 75% of mine off, then leave the other 4 runners. Harvey D entered. I'm still holding out hope that we go up to the 150s today. I'd like to see us retrace that data high. Just looking. Got a big 3 minute still and sitting there. So I have one here. That one's going into a gap, so I don't know if that one counts because we have that one all the way down. Hopefully, this is not what the rest of the day of trading has to offer us. You guys know how it is on Fridays. It can be treacherous to watch. I mean, we are getting back above the 15. Where's my Yeah, I mean that's kind of what it feels like to me too. It's kind of like yesterday. You know, how yesterday was pretty trappy for most of the morning. Like it was just no good follow through, no good trendy direction. Nutty's being funny over there. All right, so we're testing that VWAP area. It's not like he's just over there just talking about nonsense, just talking, not really talking about trading or anything. He just I was in volatility's giveaway over here. I don't know if any of you other guys. Wow, that's a lot of people in that lobby. So what was it? A couple days ago or last week, where we stayed in a 15-minute gap for like 2 or 3 hours that morning? I mean, we're moving up on the 1 hour chart. Mm. I mean, I like the direction of the ES. The ES looks pretty good. I think if we can get to that next level of the 62 on the ES, and if we can get above the 70, that's where I want to look for a long at. But we just have to be patient and wait. Yeah, I mean, it is definitely it's the ice wall. Nowhere to go. We're stuck in that 15-minute range. Yeah, just, no one get the FOMO and take any trades. It's just best to watch this crappy price action. This is kind of what we were talking about this morning, trader. Like, once we got that news play, was it going to be choppy the rest of the day? Kind of like that lunch hour Friday. This is usually what 1 o'clock looks like on Friday. Man, if this is what price action has to offer all day, it might be a lot of coffee drinking. Cal, who else? What other YouTubers are you watching? Trust me, if I wasn't streaming, I'd probably stay on maybe till 10 o'clock my time and it's like, okay, we're done. Just take my little bit of profit. Oh, okay. So what kind of trading does he do? Does he also trade the inversion gaps that you like to trade, or does he do like support and resistance, or a bit from dodgy? Okay. I like the failed inversion gaps. Like I said, I've gotten away from them a little bit, but I still like those doing those trades. I think recently, starting last month, I focused on trying getting bigger, better moves, like looking for the 20 points and the 30 points and 40-point moves. Or even getting better at entries, like, not hesitating about entering the trade, even if it's going to be a loser or winner. Because that used to be an issue I struggled with. I would be too nervous to enter or I needed to do. I've always felt like I needed more, just reassuring that it's going that right direction. The one thing that I took from trading those fair value gaps is holding trades. So it's kind of like I know where to enter and I know where to get out. That was probably the biggest thing I took from that. So I knew I was entering once it closed above the gap, and if I know it closed before the gap, I know to get out. So that was probably one of my biggest things I took from treating those. It gave me more confidence in holding trades. You know, it's either going to be a winner or a loser, I guess. I like that we're finding a lot of support in this area off of this pivot here. It's almost like I wish I could just join off that freaking thing right here. I mean, we've been bouncing a lot off of this area, the 20. Usually it's most of the time your market always usually retraces to your data high. I mean, it's not 100%, but usually it's very likely. You just don't know if it's going to happen that day. Because, I mean, heck, we have no more pivots. This is why I was looking for longs if we get above the 70. I like for us to push above 70, come back, touch this 70 again for a long. Usually those pay pretty good off of the pivots doing that. So 62 is going to be our next level up here. Then after that, you have 72. So we have a pretty big gap. I know. That's why I feel like we're going to move up today. That's what I would like to see. You know, it's nice that we're holding at the 20s. We have a huge imbalance. I mean, man. So if I can get a play above the 70, you know, possibly up to the 90 or the 200s, that is what I'm going to look for later this morning if we get that opportunity. Yeah, I'm not going to look for any shorts. Not anytime soon. Not unless we move back below the 15-minute opening range. That's the only way I would look for shorts. So right now we're kind of trapped in between the 15-minute opening range and we're just tapping at the top of it. And so I wouldn't be into a short unless we got back below this 15-minute opening here. Yeah, plus we have, looks like we have some equal lows down there too. I just feel it's going to be one of those mornings where you're just going to have a lot of patience and wait. You know, it's one of those days where you sit around all day and you finally get the move like at 1 o'clock. Because we do have some of those days. It sucks to watch charts and it sucks to sit here and just try to find something to talk about. But it's still early. I mean, you got to think it's just in 15 minutes. We only been going for 45 minutes. So maybe it'll finally get going. We can get that one more good move before the lunch hour. So we are pushing that 15-minute opening range. So most of the time that's a good sign for we're going to be moving higher. And some people will take this 15-minute opening range as a trade here. But you would have took it back here as the first break. I mean, it would have paid. I mean, what, 45? You got all the way up to 65. So that would have been a 20-point move from the 15-minute opening range trade. All right, so we're pushing that 62 pretty hard right now. So we're back. I mean, we're finding a little bit of support at this right here. I mean, how much of almost makes me want to just jump in and see if we move higher. But we're at that 62, so that's what would scare me. Wow. I mean, we're bouncing off this area pretty nicely, the 48. Man, it's so tempting to buy right here and just have a small stop loss at this 48, 47, 3 points. I'm trying to see if this 62 is going to hold up. Maybe we take something up to the 70. Let's see what this next candle does here. Okay, so the 46 is where that's at. 44 has been the support here. That's what it was from earlier this week, was the 44 range. Because I remember taking a trade off of the 44. Boy, it just has that prime feeling like we just want to blast out of this area. Man. I like that we're getting above the 62. Let's see what this next candle does. We got about 10 seconds left. See if we can print above the 62. We're still kind of holding that 15-minute fair value gap. The ES is trying to get above the 62. Wow, what a fake out that was. This is why you want to try to make sure we print above it and find support once we hit those levels. That's how I kind of got faked out earlier. I got impatient and tried to jump in. Look at that nice little fake out pull back to the 59s. So we got a nice little 10-point level. We got the top of this gap right here. '62's looking nice right here. We're holding up. We're holding a VWAP there. Oh, come on. 62 just did not want to let go. So looks like it wants to break out of that 62 box. Holy goodness. Yeah, no kidding. I wouldn't even go think about it. I mean, it was tempting because I know we were breaking that 62, but as you can see, it was just teasing us that 62. That 62 and the top of that freaking 15-minute opening range. Because it was like a 15-minute box. uh, oh, you caught a short? Are we finally pushing out of that 62? Does it finally want to go? Let's see. What time frame are you on? Are you looking at? Are you looking at this one here? Or here's one there. What? No, I was asking what time frame. Is this on the 1 minute you're talking about? Oh, this one right here. Okay. Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad one there. We're also in the middle of that 1 hour range. Where did you get your runner in on that, Cal? Oh, excuse me. All right. Finally get a little bit of movement here. Let's see. 62. Breaking. We're breaking out of the 15-minute again. So we did bounce off the opening 15-minute finally. So maybe we'll see if that holds up. We're bouncing off the 62. So oh. All right, we're above that.
Order filled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Stop filled.
Nice. Look at the 1 minute inversion play paying off. Whew. Nice call out there, Cal. I didn't even notice that while ago. Yeah, I took that one. So I'm going to switch over to my other eval now. So we're up 127 and 134 on our copy trade accounts. So let's. Yeah, we took that 1 minute inversion play here. Once we popped, I entered like right there. Because that was a small stop loss. We wasn't risking a lot of money. Our next internal swing was right there. So that one was nice. It probably wasn't an A setup, but I say B setup. It was pretty good. So we're bouncing off that pivot. That's what I was saying. I was looking for this next one. So we're going to put away our copy trade accounts. No more, no more copy trading for today. I feel like we're lucky to get out today with $100 plus. So we're good. So we're up. Nice little start for this week for our brand new funded account. Okay, I don't want to miss this. Let's see if we can find support here. Yeah. So we're just going to take our time. We're going to spend the whole month just try to find the safest trades as possible for our copy trade. The ones I'll be a little bit more aggressive on is this one we're on now. I really want to take this, but what's stopping me is we're about to hit that 72. So I think if we hit this 72 for our next level up, we should pull back. Unless it just goes right through it. Yes. Wow. Yeah, I just don't want to jump in on that first swing. God, I really want to see a pullback. We want to see a pullback and test. Because we just popped a 72. It's just going to go without us, I guess. This was the long that I was looking for earlier. But I don't know if it's going to offer me an entry. It's going to go without us, guys. It's going to go without us. Yeah. Just because of the day's market, I just tried to take whatever I could get at the moment. I didn't want to be too greedy and get burned. I'm happy for over $100 per account. All right, so this is the top of that other big fair value gap. So how long above the 90 if we print above it? So now we're just on our basic eval. So this eval, we can trade with a little bit more risk or a little bit more, you know. So the data high for the ES is up at the 80s. So I mean, we could push up to the 80s on the NASDAQ. Not the NASDAQ, the ES. I would like to see us pull back a little bit, but I don't even know if it's going to offer us. Maybe jump in here and just use 90 as my support. Like I said, this is a eval we're on now. So 90's holding up good. Let's see if it's going to continue to hold. Oh, it tapped 90. Oh. All right, so maybe we'll get that pull back towards that pivot. This is where I want to see a pull back to. Wow, that's finding nice little support there.
filled.
We're just going to use 90 for our stop loss. So just a 5 point or 10 point. And this is on our eval. So we're going to take a little bit more riskier trades with it. Off the pivot or off the top of this 1 hour gap here. You see this line? This is the beginning, the top of that fair value gap. So I mean, it could come back and stop me out. This trade's probably a little bit more risky, but like I said, we switched over to our eval, so we will take more riskier trades with it. I feel like we're going to push to the 81s, 80s. That's the top of the data high from that news this morning. So if we can push to 80s, it should be a good trade. Oh yeah, it's way up. It's way up there. All right, so we got a printed candle. All right, we're good now. Whew. Nice, nice. The ES is about to hit that data high, so we're probably going to get some. See, I also like that we found support at that 76. We're not going to give it a lot of running room. Just because I know we're about to hit this resistance up here and we're going to get reaction off of that. Unless it just shotguns through it. I mean, it's like, go, go, go. Someone poke it with a stick. Ah, it's going to come back. We just hit data highs on the ES. Come on. Someone talk to it. There it goes. We're just going to keep chasing it up because we'll take all the profit we can. All right, we'll settle for $100. It's probably still going to go. But so these pivots, I mean, look how much money this pivot is. You could have entered down here right out of this pivot. All right, so what happened? Reason why we're reversing right here is we hit the data highs. This is the top of the news play from this morning on the ES. So this is where we're finding resistance at. And it was the same thing yesterday. Yesterday we did not run the data highs on the NASDAQ, but we run the data highs on the ES. And we still could run the data highs on the NASDAQ, but we're going to need a pullback first. I don't know how many more times I want to test my luck today, but we may lower our risk down to say 3 to 5 micros and continue trading on our other eval here, because we're up $100 on one eval, 134 on our other eval, and 127 on the funded. So that's usually a fairly good trading day for me, especially if I can get $100 in my funded account. I'm sad. What really disappointed me is I thought I was copy trading my funded account with discount the other day, and I missed out on like $150. So that's why these accounts are $100 apart. So I wish I was more or less closer to 400 on my funded account instead of the 228 that we were sitting at. So as you can see, we hit that data high right on the money at the 380. So far, it's a nice little short. If you if you're able to time the top, I mean, shoot, what is that? Almost a 30-point short. So this is the level where you're going to see if it's going to hold or not. This 90, because this is the top of that 1 hour, or that big huge fair value gap over there. So we're sitting at the 90. We're sitting at the 72. This is where we want to see hold. If you're still if you're still looking for longs. If 90 fails, I definitely feel like we will push back to this pivot here at the 70s. So far today, 3 for 3 on our trades. Trying our best not to overtrade today, because sometimes I do get out of control with that. Some of my accounts, I'll start trading like 6, 7, 8 trades in one day, and one of them will finally get me. Nice. Yeah, just make sure you keep those green, man. You gotta keep that green going into the weekend. You don't want to go into the weekend pissed off because you blew your accounts. Wait, I can't remember. Are you still doing paper trading, or did you switch over to a funded or eval? I can't remember, Cal. Still demo? Awesome. Trust me, whenever I'm trading demo or eval, I try to think as I'm trading a funded account. So I still have that same mentality whenever I get into my funded accounts. Nice. So the 90 and the 72 are holding. So, I mean, that's nice that they're holding together. So if 90 fails, more likely we're going to go to this 70 probably fast. Look there, told you. It's going to go fast as soon as we break that 90 to the 70. Yep. We almost hit 70, or we're right at it. We should get a bounce right here. I'm not saying we won't go through it, but we should at least get a bounce. And see, that was kind of the bounce off the pivot there. But once we print below that 72 and maybe push up and tap it, I mean, or is that the 1 minute? Oh, I'm on the 1 minute. That's why it's off. All right. All right. So we're breaking the pivot. If we can get under the pivot, we're probably going to the VWAP, which is at the 44, 44, 41 range, because that was some resistance from yesterday because we took a trade off that 44. This is also the top of that 15-minute opening range here at the 65, 65 and a half. So we'll pull the Fibonacci and get an idea of what our pullback possibly could be. It's kind of a weird. Maybe we'll just. Not really sure. You had you a 2-minute gap here. It might even be on the 1 minute, but All right, so we broke that pivot. That's the only thing about when you go down, man. It's like it happens so quick. Wow, look at that quick movement. Boom. All right, this is the top of the 15 minute. So got 62 incoming. And we had a lot of support in this 62 range. Look how many times we bounced in this range before we finally went. This is the one area traders called out this week, that 44. We bounced right off of that 44. Oh, goodness. I may take a riskier trade on my eval. We just knocked it down to 2 micros. Maybe I'll do, yeah, we'll do 2. Well, let me fix this real quick. But I like to see us maybe pull back to the pivot before I did. Oh. So that was a nice little bounce off the VWAP there. Or also that 44. So what do you guys think? Is this maybe when the sell-off begins, since we've gone up so much this week? Looks like we still got it, what, 7 points we can move down to the VWAP on the ES there. Oh, you dirty, dirty girl. It's like it just explodes through, man. I just want to see some nice movement, print, then jump in. Maybe we'll possibly sell down to the 80s if I'm looking at the 1 hour opening range. Possibility. Look at it keep going, man. It's like it just. So our next level there is going to be at the 20. Got 5 minutes before the hour chart prints. We bounced out of this area a lot, so it'll probably, if we get through this, it may take a minute. The only thing is, when it goes, it's going to go. It's not going to be like a. If we get through this area, I may jump in with the riskier trade, unless it just goes without me. So we got about 2 minutes left before this 1 hour chart candle prints. Kind of wait and see what happens with it, because that 1 hour did bounce off the pivot there. All right, so we're just kind of pushing back up towards the VWAP at 42. We did bounce off the VWAP on the ES. So we've got about 10 seconds left for this hour candle to print. Looks like it wants to kind of push back down. Is what it looks like to me. Just kind of keep an eye on the hour chart and see. I mean, if the hour can get through the 20, I mean, I feel like we're going to push down to at least the bottom of the 1 hour range at the 80s and 90s. And we may just go down there and touch and bounce. Looks like we have equal lows down here too at the 90s. I want to see us get through this area here. I'm just scared it's going to go so fast that it's not going to really offer an entry. So on our next trade, we lowered our risk down to 3 micros. So we may try to take a little bit higher risk entry, but we're just kind of waiting to see what this consolidation here has to offer, because we've consolidated in this area a lot this morning. I mean, the hours looks like it's pushing down. We're below the 62. Our next level of support on the ES is going to be the 56 to 54. Yeah, no doubt about some consolidation. Yeah, we've pretty much traded back into that 15-minute opening range over here. Oh, goodness. So if you're looking for longs here, I'd make sure we're back up above the VWAP and also that 44. That 44 has been a pretty good support this week. I took a long off the 44 yesterday, I think. Got a little higher than I liked. I wish it could have printed out more about here. Then that's way I could have had a short stop loss at the VWAP. But the ES is pushing, and the ES could easily push back up to the 53.72. And we got this pivot up here at the 70. So
Order
all
filled.
right. This is just 3 little micros, so worst can happen, lose 30 bucks or $60 or whatever. I'd have much rather the candle been a little bit smaller than that, but it didn't happen that way. Once we go to 62, we'll just go to break even if we make it to 62. We kind of lost our momentum. We were moving pretty good, and now it's just gonna slow ride us up there. But I feel like we're gonna get it. We got it. There we go. What do you mean by cleaner? Oh, cleaner price action earlier. Yeah. I want to see the 70 tap before it pulls back and gets us, and we'll just follow it up. It's like hold. We still got a minute left on this candle. I don't know if we can hold a minute. Woo. Come on, 70. 72, whatever. No, dang it. The ES is looking weak over there, guys. The ES is looking weak. No, ES, go. All right, it's going to get us. ES started looking weak. As you can see, we didn't make very much money off of that. We made, what, $26? So it's just, it's an eval, and we've lowered the risk down a lot. Just to, continue taking trades. This way we can, the more trades you take, the more comfortable you get. I definitely thought we were going to make it to the pivot up there at the 70s. And this may be it. Yeah. We only entered with 3 micros. We didn't have a lot of risk on the table. I think the most I was willing to lose was $60. I would have much rather had a better entry. My reason for entering that trade was that we pushed through the 44. We pushed out of this consolidation area. I much rather wish our candle would have printed around the 44, between under the 50. But unfortunately, I had to wait until we printed a candle to make sure our second candle was going to continue higher before we jumped in. All right, so we did tap that 70. We just had to pull back before we got there. All right, breaking through that 70. Wow. Whew. That would have been my next entry if I wasn't going to take this one. Would have been the 70 range, but I'd much rather see a candle print just above it. It kind of makes me hesitant whenever it shoots through there like that, because I've seen like fake outs happen when that happens. Oh, yeah. Leaning in a little too close. Dang, dude. All right, let's see if we can get a pullback, touch this 70. Maybe we'll jump back in. Let's see if we can get a little pullback to the 70 right here. That's kind of what I like to see here. Maybe we'll knock it down to 2 micros. Knock it down to 2 micros. We'll take the risk completely off, but just to enter for fun. If we have to jump in a little higher, we'll put our stop loss up here. Thank you, Leo Oliver. If you're just joining us, we're taking a little bit more riskier trades. We're trading just 2 micros on our eval, so I like to see us get a little bit pulled back closer to the 70 range before we consider it a new entry. Because sometimes these are fake out, but it could just go without us. I just feel like we're about to hit that 72 on the ES. This is our next level up, the 72. And most of the time we'll get some kind of reaction off of this 72 level. It's gonna go without us. You've been on a runner this whole time. Hopefully you're going in the right direction, Cal. All right, come on. Let's get this nice little pull back to the 70. Get us a better entry. So we're going to hopefully continue to try to take some trades without risking too much of our profits today. So this is why we're just kind of bumping down our risk to like 2 micros, 3 micros. I mean, we're not too far off the 70. All right, so we're hitting the 70, bouncing off the 70. We just need the 70 to hold up. See what this next candle brings us. All right, so we broke the 70. So if this 70 doesn't hold, what I'll look for then is a push back up to 74 short. Because this is just a pivot, is all this is at the 70. And so we're on the hour chart. And we may push back down to that 44, that next level of support. And let's see where we can go on the ES. Back down to the 54s Oh, wait, 62s. We may risk like 10, 20 bucks here. Put our stop loss at the 70 if it don't go without us. I figure the VWAP's down at the 44. That's support, that 44 range.
Order filled.
All right. Ah. So we're only risking like maybe 10 bucks or so. It's not a lot. We're just doing it to take some trades. This trade right here is just based on if the pivot's going to hold. So if we get through the 62, we should go fast, but we'll have to get through that 62. So I try to let you guys know whenever I'm taking high risky trades so you don't, it's like, oh, maybe that's a good trade. So like if we get a losing trade here, we'll lose, what, $20? Not a lot. We're just risking some of our profits from what we made earlier this morning. So this pivot is holding up at the moment. That's good. That's why I put my stop loss just right above that pivot there. I guess there also is a big gap here that I just noticed. I didn't even notice this big gap here. So it could push back up to the 80s. All right, so it's going to stop us out. Dun, dun, dun. The pivot fake out, baby. So we did push back up to hit the top of this fair value gap here. Oh, it's going to do me dirty. Oh, oh, oh. No, not over the weekend. And we're still finding support at the pivot. So, I mean, the pivot is still a good, in play. I just didn't give it a lot of room for a stop loss. It's going to do me dirty. Oh yeah, it should go fine. We're not going to risk all of our profits today. This is just a eval that we started recently. So I mean, we're only up what $300 on this eval, and the ones that I'm copy trading is this other funded account with this funded account. Unfortunately, they don't match, and they should match because my copy trader messed up the other day. So I should be at 368 in my funded account because I'm being a little bit more risky with this one because I didn't pay the lifetime fee like I did these other two funded accounts. And so that's why I hadn't really been trading these the last, I guess, this week because they're lifetime. So I don't really have to be in a hurry to trade them. But this one I do. I got till I think the 1st of July before it renews. It's just the market's been so messed up this week with Ripnick messing up. So I feel like I'm behind almost. Yeah, I have a 250K funded. I think we took one trade on that 250K this week. And I think we made like $70-$80. We're up 519 in the 250K. And my other funded account, we are down $50. Instead of sitting at the 25, we're at 944. So we're down about 50 something dollars. So, but I'm not in a real big hurry to get that above back just because, like I said, it's a lifetime. So it could sit like that forever. So the goal here is either we're going to blow this funded account or we're going to get it to funded. And so that's why I'm trading it with the eval, because my goal was to get this eval to pay out or, to the next level to funded. And I'm hoping when I do that, I will get to payout. But whenever I'm copy trading, that's when I'll look for better moves or I'll be more cautious about my entries than just trading a normal eval like we did a few minutes ago with 2 micros. Sounds good, Kyle. Have a good rest of your evening. I'm glad you were able to go. Did you win all your trades today, right? You said you were 100% green or, you didn't take any red trades today. I feel like we had some pretty good trades this morning. I know. I can't help it, man. Nice, Kyle. Apparently, a methodical man says I'm getting too close to the mic. My fuzz is causing a little static. No, it was a good Friday. Good Friday. I do have static. Okay, we'll have to back off a little bit. I'm getting too close to the mic, causing static in the mic. So we are still finding support below the 70 as far as, possible move back down. Once we got down to this range, I was definitely leaning a little bearish, but we just could not break this area here. But for anybody that usually follows the 15-minute opening range, You know, as soon as we usually print above the 15-minute, most of the time we stay above the 15-minute here. What is the methodical man talking about? Is he a dog catcher? Everybody always wants to see methodical man's dog Max. He knows his dog don't like to be on camera. Watch his dog gets all tensed and like tense up. Show Max. I literally think that methodical man could put that. If methodical man could get that dog to sit still and take the trades for him, I think people would watch because they would have stared at a little puppy all day. The Maxi voice. Oh my goodness. No, Maxi doesn't like it. Still kind of looking for still looking for either a short or long above this pivot area. That may take me another pivot trade. I'm kind of waiting to see what the ES is going to do. We can easily push back up to the 72s. That's the next support. All right. I don't have a stop loss. I mean a profit target since we're just got small what you want to call it, small risk. We only got 2 micros. I like to see the ES push up to the 72. This is our next level of Adams numbers we have marked out.
Order submitted.
Yeah, it's very low risk. I mean, if it comes back and get us, it's not a big deal. I figure we'll risk some of our eval profits today to take some riskier trades. I wouldn't be taking this on a normal funded account or high risk trades or anything like that, but I'm going to see if I can do the 2-minute thing where we follow the 2-minute candle up. Let's just leave it where it's at. The ES just doesn't want to get going. Oh yeah, evals. Yeah, no, kidding. You got to be aggressive on your evals sometimes. They're at the end of the day, they're just evals, especially with these 90% off evals. I use this right here for more of a strategy builder because I've been trying to get better at taking these trades off of these pivots. It's going to come back and get us. Oh, you dirty, dirty girl. What sucks is it's going to come back in one tick us and go. We may try to jump back in too.
Order filled.
All right, we're going to try this again.
Order submitted.
So this is our next internal swing. If we do push up here, we'll probably hit some resistance at this 90. And I think the ES has to get through the 72 if we push back up to this next level. Oh, come on. We only have so many entries left for today. Hopefully you didn't put a lot on that, trader. Hopefully you got a very low risk trade where you're only doing like 1, 2, 3 micros at the most. These are somewhat high risk trades. I wouldn't recommend going heavy or, even trading this on your funded account. So we're going to move our stop loss. We're kind of doing the 2-minute thing. So what that is where we follow the 2-minute candles up. So once this candle prints, we'll move our stop loss up to here. Unless I see us losing our volume, then we will follow it closer. We'll go to break even. We got to get through that 90 to, I think if we get through the 90, we'll probably go pretty quick. So this is just a free break even trade. We're already at break even. So, And we're going to shoot for the all-time highs up here. Well, not quite all-time highs. Just like it's at the top of the candle. We're not going to really shoot for the top of that wick there. So we need to see this candle print. We got 30 seconds left, and we can go to the bottom of this candle. So right now we're having struggles pushing through the 90s. Once we hit those 90s and go through it, I think we'll go fairly quick. All right, let me go back down to this level again. So we're still risking, what, 4 handles? All right, so this candle is about to print. All right, so now we're at break even. And this is also a big fair value gap right here too. But I mean, I wouldn't have taken it as far as the fair value gap, just the fact of how big it is. Come on. Someone poke it with a stick. Tell it to go. There it goes. All right. It's going to be blast off once we get through the 90s. Come on. We got till the 72s before we run into resistance up here on the ES. So we can move it up a little bit farther once this 2-minute candle prints. And that will put us just about right there. Oh, come on. Don't do us dirty. All right, 5 seconds, 4 seconds. All right, I think we're going to get it. Oh, it's going to come back. Don't come back and get us.
Order canceled.
Dirty, dirty girl. I don't know what the deal is with that movement. It's like, I don't know if we're having some kind of news or something, because the pricing section changed a good bit right there. If you were using that a little bit different, you probably could at least got your 5 to 10 handles, but I wasn't doing that. I was shooting for all-time highs. That was some pretty weird price action on the NQ there, so I don't know if they're having like some 1-2 star news or something. Okay. I think Methodical Man says that we do have a speaker. I think that's where that weird price action came from. Trader G, I hope you're able to take some profit off that trade. We're getting back to about our entries. Oh, look at that liquidity graph. Oh, you're on the phone not watching? Yeah, apparently we have a speaker speaking right now. So we had like some weird price action go on. I don't know. He probably said he had to go to the restroom or do something, and As long as the 70 holds, I feel like we will go back up. I guess I wasn't paying. I thought we were done with all the news for the day. I didn't know we had a speaker today. I know sometimes that can cause weird price action because the price action was just barely, grinding, and all of a sudden we get a 20-point move. Dirty, dirty, dirty. How are you doing, Black Beauty? I want to say that was that 66. I would have to hop back onto the Discord and look, but I think I left that 66 off there this morning. Let me look real quick. Resistance was at the 68, so that I did not have that marked on here. And these are Adams numbers for anybody that possibly uses Adams numbers. This way, if you can't see them, I try to blow them up a little bit. That way it makes it easier to see. For anybody that follows his numbers. What did I say, 68? Yeah, 68. And these numbers here to the left are Adam Manzini numbers. And so we've been just kind of using his levels to take most of our trades off of. So if you're just now joining us, we have lowered our risk down. We have been taking a little bit more higher risk trades. We have been taking our trades off of this pivot. I failed once or maybe twice. We had a couple winners, but I was using that 2-minute thing. Actually, I think Methodical Man said he got that from, is it you, Black Beauty, that does the 2-minute where we're trending 2 minutes? You follow the 2-minute up. No, we got yeah, that's what I was trying to do earlier because I thought maybe we would go back to these 20 range. So as close as we are to payouts on our funded accounts is this 250K. I haven't only taken maybe 2 or 3 trades on this thing. We're up to 220 on it. And I'm not really in a big hurry to trade the 250K and also this other 25K funded because those are lifetime accounts. The one that we've been trying to trade more aggressively is this PA account. And that's because I did a monthly, so it forces me to trade it more aggressively. And so what we're doing is we're copy trading it with the eval. But unfortunately, one day when I first started, I didn't go back and check my copier. So that's why there's such a kind of a discretion between this eval that's sitting at 383 and my funded sitting at 243. So unfortunately, I'd much rather be at $400 on my funded account instead of the 270 that we are. This eval, we are trading a little bit more aggressively. That's what we switched over to the micros. We have like 1, 2, 3 micros that we're trading on this evening. So I really wouldn't recommend copy trading just because we're just taking high risk trades with it. We're just taking different trades off of this pivot here at the 70. The last trade we took was a break even trade. It's only because we were just following it up by the 2-minute candles. And I guess I didn't know there was a speaker today. And I guess the speaker must have said something, because that's what came back and stopped me out. Because we had like a 20-point pullback, 25-point pullback. So now I feel like we've missed our entry. And these levels that I have marked off to the side are Adam Manzini's numbers. We usually put these on here pre-market. So this way, if you like to use his numbers, which I do, I usually trade off of the ES, but I take my trades on the NASDAQ. But I use a lot of the support and resistance off of the ES. So that's what these are for. And I put these, I just started doing this today as far as the fat elementary numbers. That way everyone can see them, because I know it can kind of look small on the screen. So this is what we were looking for earlier. If we get through that 90, I think we're just going to probably just shoot through this really fast. And we don't have to worry about resistance until we hit this 72 up here. Oh, am I getting too close with the fuzz? Yeah, that's what. Sorry about that. Let me back off. I don't realize I'm doing that sometimes. Okay. Yeah, Methodical Man keeps telling me that. It's like, hey, man, you're getting too close to your mic. Or let me try resetting it. Maybe that'll help. All right. Is it back up? All right. I'm not sure if the mic is broken. I've only had it for like 2 months. I think I got it back in the beginning of April. This is the first time I've had issues with it in a few weeks. So if the 90 holds, do we take a stab and see if maybe we run to the highs? Trader G, were you able to stay in this trade? I know, I almost feel like I should have went all or nothing, or I should have just left my stop loss at the 70s. We should get support at the 80s. Let's see. Oh yeah, I see what you're talking about now, right there. So disappointing. We were in this trade and speakers got me. Nice. Well, I was glad you're able to stay in that one. So these are the pivots that I've been just trying to take more trades off of. It did fail us once or twice, but what it is at the end of the day, even though if you take a, say, a 10-point loser, you're looking to get these 40 or 50 points to make it up. So we're about to hit the 72. This is where we should find some resistance. Kudos to anybody that was able to take this trade, this 90s. At least you could have scalped about 10 points at least. If we push to the 72s, it'll probably go pretty fast. All right, retesting the 90s. I know that 90 was a nice little bounce. No, I haven't had any ripping uses today, but I also didn't trade the news this morning either. How have you been, Daniel? But I have heard of other people having issues with it. This morning, I don't know if it was Methodical Man that was having issues first thing this morning where it was putting people in and out of trades. Usually whenever I hear people start having issues with it, I try to stop trading. Man. Well, I'm glad you said something because if that's the case, I may not take any more trades on my Apex account. I know one thing before I close off, I try to go through all my accounts to make sure it has not put me in a trade because that happened one day. I thought I didn't have an open account and I left my computer system up and I came back here to shut it down. And, you get that little warning sign that says, hey, are you sure you want to shut down? Yeah, so far we haven't had any. I know I haven't had any issues with it today, but I know it seems like it's a hit and miss. Now, I did hear Methodical Man having some issues with it this morning. So what we're looking for here is you want to see this 68 hold up and also this 80 range hold up if you're looking for a long to the move of high. So we need 68 hold and hopefully we can blast through that 72 there. What my elementary numbers there for hopefully everyone can see. Yep, you can see them good. Yeah. I put those on there so Methodical Man can see those because he don't wear his glasses because he has trouble seeing. So I just want to make sure he can see those numbers. What are you talking about, man? Your eyes have been bad since you were young. Need new glasses. Oh, okay. Still young at heart. Oh, yeah. I think the only thing that changes between, being in your 40s and your 20s is you just think differently. All right, so we're pushing back up to test that 72. I feel like your entries for this move back up would have either been down in the 80s for this push that we had resistance down in the 80s, or the 90s. That would have been your entries if you were looking for long. And plus, we kind of pulled back and bounced off that 68. The next entry, if I was going to enter, I would need us to push above the 72 and find support, but just don't fall for the fake breakout, because sometimes whenever we push those levels, it'll make a quick move, but then it'll pull back on us. So we're testing the 72. Yeah, sometimes that's where I've failed on. I mean, I've taken bad entries because I'll get fooled by that breakout above that level, and that crap will just reverse on me. So I try not to do that no more. I try to make sure that we find support at those levels. I like for us to push above it. See how we pushed above the 68, then we came back and tested the 68, then move up to your next level. For anybody that likes to just get these levels to start your day, if you want to stop by around 8 o'clock, 8:15 in the morning, I've been trying to do these every day. And this way we just have them marked out through the day. And it seems to be working pretty good this whole week. We just started doing this. We've always talked about these levels, but I've never really just had them marked out, or we just constantly watch them all day. This way we don't forget about them. Not sure if any of you guys trade the ES or not. I don't trade the ES. I pretty much just trade NASDAQ probably 99% of the time. I used to trade the ES a long time ago when I first got into trading. But back then I had, I guess you want to say, paper hands, had a hard time holding trades. And so that's the reason why I was drawn to the NASDAQ, because I like to get in a trade and get out fairly quick, which I'm trying to get away from that too. I've been trying to get into a better habit of holding trades and trying to get better entries instead of just jumping in on breakouts. All right. So we are getting resistance at the 72. And I'm not sure how many points we can go up. I can't remember. Is that data high? I don't think that's even the data high right there. I think it's over here at the 50s. Yeah. I don't know if we'll reach that today, but, for anybody that, we've been actually trying to get those more too. I know that's something a methodical man's been trying to do on some of his trades, is where you get the data high from a news play and you try to, maybe possibly if you can reach it. But it didn't do that yesterday. It did reach data highs on the ES this morning. It's like, and I think someone called out 80 while ago in the chat. 80 is our next resistance. Hopefully this 10-point move can almost get us up to the data highs on the NASDAQ. for anybody that's trying to get along up there. But I missed my long opportunity. My original long was back here around the 70s, and we got stopped out, I guess, whatever Fed speaker there is happening right now, or did happen. Trader G, you said you finally closed your trade, correct? All right, so 72 looks like we may hold. We just need to print above it. Nice. Move my big elementary numbers to the side. Then our next level, I think it's the 380. Let me check it real quick. Let's see. Up here. So it looks like we also may have some resistance at the 76 also. I didn't mark that either this morning. Wasn't sure if we were going to get up this high. So if we get above the 72, find support, 76 is going to be our next resistance area. Then 80. All right, so just don't be fooled by the breakout. Sometimes the candle will push up above the 72 range or your level, and it will pull back on you. I guess just approach. Good evening, Angel. So you still got about 40 seconds before you get a candle to print here. Well, I guess depending on what time frame you're trading on. These candlesticks here are on the 2-minute time frame. So what do you think, Angel? We push up to the 40s and 50s and look for that 300-point sell-off this evening? All right, so maybe this candle will push back, test the 72, and hopefully continue higher. Sounds good. It seems like you always show up when we're either at the top or bottom. You're like, oh, I think I'm going to go short here and like get a 50 to 100-point move. Ah. Spam calls. All right. So this is why I usually don't ever take the first candle whenever we push through our next level. You want to see it come back and test it first. Not saying that's 100% of the time, but most of the time that's what happens. We'll push through our level, come back and test it. Yeah, I may take a trade with you today, Angel. I'm gonna probably just do it 1 or 2 micros. I wouldn't mind trying to get one of those like long sell-offs by the end of the day if we retrace any of this. Guess I don't need those anymore. Not really anybody on. I'm thinking we're probably going to have to sit through this lunch hour because it's 12:30, and so we lost most of our volume. So hopefully it's just not dead like this until 1 o'clock. Yeah, we're going to do our best to try to stay on till at least 1, 2, 3 o'clock today. I guess that's East Central time zone. I'm in Central time. So as you see, we did push above our 72. We pulled back, test the 72. And now our next level is we'll have to get through the 76. That's where we're going to find a little resistance at the 76. Then we may continue. Now, is that 112 is where you're thinking a possible short at that high there from this morning or the last high? Yeah, see, I was thinking this morning we may push up to the data high this morning because this is where the news play happened this morning, where we pushed up and then sold off. And so I think we may get close. It depends on if the ES can push back up to the 80s again. So maybe from there we can look for that long sell off of a short. So all right, so we're pushing through that 76. Oh, it's gonna go fast here. Good morning, Baldwin, or evening, sorry. Oh, actually, it's morning because you're out west, so you're still 2 hours behind. So, yeah, good morning. We may get close to that data high. I don't know if we'll get all the way there, but it's going to be close. If the ES will have to break the 80 for us to make it to this 50. So you got about 2 more points where you're going to run into resistance. Let me see if there's any more levels above this 80. I'm pretty sure there is. Let's see. So the next level up, if we break the 80s, is going to be your 94. So we push through the 76. We're testing the 76. And if 76 holds, we should move on up to your 80. Also, you have the top of this 115 holding. This was our next leg up. Move some of this stuff out of the way. Ooh. We're moving back into your 112 range there, Angel. All right. Let's see. May hop in that short with you, Angel. Just 2 micros, though, if we do. And see if we can take it back down to that either the 80 or the 70. All right, so we're about to start tapping that 72. It's probably going to go so fast once we break 72. We may gamble anyway. To the 30s. All right. I'm gonna see. Did you already enter yours, or did you enter it at the 112s? I was trying to see how much of a pullback we could get off of that 72. Or I may enter off this candle and put it at the top there.
Order
All right.
filled.
I don't have a stop loss, so not a stop loss, but a target, profit target.
Order submitted.
Come on, 72s, let go, so we can go on down to the 68s. Dun, dun, dun. I like to see the top of this 2-minute candle hold. If it doesn't hold, we may consider ending it a little early, then get back in. There goes 72. Should go straight to the 68s. We need to print below the 72, find support at the 72, and go. All right, so I think we're going to lose 72. Now our next level is going to be 68, and we did run into a little resistance at the 68 from earlier. But maybe by then we'll have a little bit of a profit where we can just move our profit down. Or we just may let it run. We just hopefully get to break even and just see how much we can get. Hello, Lynn. How are you doing today? So even if we win this trade, we're not going to make a lot of profit because we're just on 2 micros. To make $100, we would need at least 50 points. So we would at least need to get down to the VWAP. I mean, I guess we can try for 50 points and see what happens. All right. 50 points. And that's at that, looks like next level there. So for us to continue lower, this 72 is going to have to hold here. If we start pushing back through that 72, I'd probably get a little worried. But as long as 72 holds, we should continue down to our next level at the 68. And once we get up, if we can get up 10 to 20 handles, I'll probably just take this thing to break even. Because I'm not really trying to scalp on 2 micros. I mean, there's really no point to try to scalp 5 or 10 handles on 2 micros because you're only looking at what, $20, 10, $20. So it's not worth it. It's just better to let it run and see if we can hit our profit target. I just feel like we're going to possibly get a bounce at this 70. This is the range where I feel like we're going to have some issues. All right, so we're about to have another 2-minute candle print. That's a positive there. All right. If we can hit 90, I may go to break even. Well, we haven't taken any profit yet. It's just for 2 micros, so there's really not a lot of money on this trade unless we get a winner. And so that's why I'm not really moving my stop loss. Um, just because, you know, if you only get 10 handles on, I think 2 micros, what is that, like $20 or something? And so we're going to try to make our goal at least 50 unless we die out. You know, if we're going to continue moving down, unless we die at this 70 range here. So it looks like we're going back up to test the 72s again. We kind of bounced off of this almost at the 68. We did have a consolidation in this area, as you can see. This trade here is either going to be a winner or a loser. That's pretty much how we're just going to approach it, just because of the not a huge risk. What's going to really suck is if it wants to go back and hit those data highs today at the 50s. If we start pushing above the 72s on the ES, we will probably look into maybe getting out of the trade, because that would worry me that we're going to push back up to the 76 to 80 range. But as long as 72 can hold, I think we'll be fine. It's like, come on, 72. Let's get away from it. All right, so we're about to print a new candle. Uh-oh. The higher up there is the 50s. That's that data range up there. And it's up here. And I thought we were going to retrace that today, but we haven't. So we're getting a little bit of breathing room. It got close, but it never got above our entry. So we're still good. All right, so we're about to hit those pesky 68s again. If we can go through those 68s, it's going to go quick. If we push through 68, it's going to go quick. We find support at 68, then our next level down is going to be 62. All right, so we're about to have a new candle print. That's good. We're at a level. We got to get through the 80s. 80s, I forgot, is another level of support area too on the NASDAQ from earlier. As you can see, we hit this spot quite a few times. So if the 68s continue to fail and we get through the 80s, we should go down fairly quick again. And I may just go to break even and just make this a free trade, and we'll just take whatever it gives us. All right. The 68s is failing. We're testing those 80s again. It's trying. Oh, look at that bounce. Come on now. All right, a little bit of testing the waters. Come on. Oh shoot, that 68 is back at it again. Oh, come on. Dang it. That's not good. Hopefully it's just a fake out. It's going to come back and break even us. But if you were taking a little bit more high risk or trades with more on the lines, this would have been a decent trade of at least 20 points. All right, let's just have that a little bit of liquidity grab for us to sell back off. Lunchtime action. Oh my goodness. We were 50 in all is none. We're either going for 50 burger or we were just going to take a 0. And it looks like we may be taking a 0. Oh my goodness. Yep, it's going to want those highs. It looks like we're going to get those highs. Oh. All right, so no profit on that one. Good job if anybody was able to take profit off that trade. But since we had low, 2 micros, we were shooting for 50 or all or none. It's probably going to come right back up to 72s and sell right back off. It's going to do us dirty. So usually whenever I take trades is what I do is I'll usually have say 7 micros on or 8 micros, and I would sell about 60 to 70% of my entries at 5 to 6 handles, and then leave a runner with an ATM strategy following down. So this right here was just a little something different. I've been trying to get better at holding longer trades, and so that's why we were holding that so long. Or either if I am in a longer trade, I would just continue following it down so that, we wouldn't lose all of our profits. I don't know. We're holding up at this level, so I don't know if it's safe to jump back in or not. Angel, where did you have your stop loss at on that one? If you got in around the teens. I guess another thing I could have looked at, which I didn't, is kind of pull the Fibonacci on this move there. Man, we almost hit that right on the money on that 70%. So it looks like we may go after those data highs after all. If you guys are in it for long, your possible sell point is going to be up here at the 50s. The ES you think wants, yeah, that was the next level after the. Let me get my thing back over here again. So we are getting through that 76 range. Once we print here at the 76 and we bounce off it, the 80 is going to definitely be our next level. As you can see, this is where, we kind of had that little fake out below the 68s, but then we kind of rebound. We never had a candle print and find support there. 50 incoming, guys. This is the data high from this morning off of the non-farm payroll. Maybe we can find us another short entry up here. So right now the ES is testing the data highs. That was the 80 from this morning. And we've already hit it once. So I'm pretty sure. Let's see. You can go back over here real quick. Yeah. So this is the data candle from this morning. And so we just barely tapped that 80 and we already hit it once. So I guess we'll have to see if we're going to be able to break through. So close. Less than 10 points. Might have to get a little test pullback into like the 77, 76 range for, I guess, maybe the NASDAQ to get up there. All right, we're testing that 80 range of the data high from this morning. Oh, it's losing the momentum. Um, Let me see if I can find my hourly chart. See what's happening over here. Wow, is this the highs maybe? Man, I would love to try to find another entry for us to move back down again. Um, so the last time the ES touched the 80s, what did we sold all the way back down to the 59s? Maybe below the 20s, I may look for another short. No, no, I would only do it if we move back down. I wouldn't look for it here just cuz I'm not sure what it's going to do. For me to look for a short, I'd like to be below the 20s here. Because what can happen is it can pull down to the bottom of this gap and bounce. That's that mistake I think I made earlier or something. So that's why I said I would prefer if you look for a short, it'll have to be below this candle here. Man. So we are finding support at this pivot here. All right, so we're at the bottom of that fair value gap here. Waiting, watching. So far, the imbalance gap is holding up. For anybody that uses the imbalance gaps or fair value gaps. And we also have a pivot at the 20 here. So on our hour chart, that's what we're trying to push through on our hour chart right now. Just trying to look up and see what our hourly chart's going to do, because that's where we're hitting resistance at that 20, 21, 22 area. And we're back at the 76 level. I think this is probably about the only way we can reach our data highs is we would have had a pretty deep pullback. And so now we're just going to get those last 20 points up to the 50. All right, so we had a nice little bounce off that support area. Maybe this time we can push those 80s. We've bounced off those 80s. This is the third time that we've hit the 80s. Make this a little bit bigger. I don't know how well you can see. Oh, the back is starting to get sore. We've been sitting here since what, 7:30 Central Time. Oof. Or no, before that. No, a little after 7 o'clock. Maybe that time that we go in consolidation. We haven't really consolidated for a little bit. As far as Friday goes, I mean, I feel like we're getting some pretty good price action being Friday at lunchtime because I know the last couple Fridays have been horrible as far as volume goes. It almost puts you to sleep sitting over here watching volume the last couple Fridays around lunchtime. In this box on the screen here, this is just a imbalance gap or fair value gap box. Not really using it for anything. I was just curious to see if we're going to come back and fill in this imbalance gap, in which it did. Yeah, see, I think I left when it got slow. You know, that 11, 12, 1 o'clock hour. Was it the morning time that it was really trendy last Friday? I think it was. It was a trendy day. Or maybe it was a couple Fridays before that. Usually Fridays are slow, but today has been really pretty good for Friday. I was thinking at their non-farm payroll that it was just going to be straight choppy all day. The account busters, busting folks' prop firm accounts. So if we can find support below this gap, I'm hoping we go down. Went down 300 points and came back up 300 points. Holy crap. I'd like to get a 50-point move. I mean, God, if we can get in. We're losing the 76 and we're losing this gap. It may take me a risky 2 micro trade. I just don't know how far we can push down. But as right now, this gap is holding up. The pivot's holding up. The 1 hour is finally pushing below its pivot. The 76 is still kind of holding on strong. So if you follow Adam Mazzini's little numbers, it definitely keeps you from trying to get into these fake breakouts. You see how it kind of acted like it wanted to push down and came back? You want to see it print below this level here, then kind of test it for a move back down. So it kind of keeps you from jumping in too early. Oh. I know. I'm hoping if I hold off long enough, we can wait for the data highs to get filled, then look from a short from there for this evening, maybe. But I'm not going to take any longs since we're this high up. Even if it does push, another 20, 30 points. Because I'm not really looking for any like scalping trades at this moment. We had a pretty good trendy day. It was either Monday or Tuesday also. It was a nice trading day. I want to say it was the day before, it was either Tuesday or Wednesday that we had a choppy morning where the market just chopped around all morning long. And on top of that, we were having Apex Ripnick issues, so that didn't help either. I want to say one of those days, I was a victim of the messed up Apex Ripnick account. Tuesday or Wednesday, I got into a trade and then it wouldn't let me out of the trade. But Apex did it right. They cleared the account and put it back to the way it was. So wasn't too bad. This area also sitting at the, where am I at? The 26. This is also the previous high from yesterday. And that's at the, it looks like the 25 for the previous high of the day from yesterday. And we also have another, that's on the 1 minute. Yeah. I guess for anybody that likes taking these inversion trades, I mean, this would be a high risk inversion trade here, which I guess you wouldn't use this one because it has multiple gaps. You would have to find one that doesn't have multiple gaps. Uh-oh. Wrong one. We can look at different time frames for anybody that likes to take those. And I usually take them too. I just don't take them this high up. The 3 minutes a little bit smaller. So this is kind of what we've been testing. This 3 minute gap here. We'll mark it out. For anybody looking for it, that's on the 3 minute. What do you think, Angel? You feel like we're going to sell off, or are we going to reach those data highs at the 50s? For us to make the data highs, we definitely have to push through the 80s. We have us a nice little consolidation area going on right here. So you know a big move's coming, you just don't really know what direction. Yeah, he's my second cousin. My mom just had me at a young age, so we were pretty much. You would think we were raised as like first cousins. You know, usually you're closer to your first cousins than you are your, you know, second and third cousins. I guess that would be like the old days back in Georgia, where you know a lot of teenage girls were getting pregnant, and I guess that would have been our case, where I had a teenage mom, and so I was pretty much raised with my second cousins like my first cousin. So Methodical Man would be my second cousin. Uh, we've both always been into like some type of stock market or crypto or any of that stuff. But Methodical Man introduced me to futures trading back in the end of 22. I want to say it was around like the holidays because I was there visiting in Georgia because I live in Arkansas. So I was just down there around the holidays. I think it was like Thanksgiving time because I think I went there to watch the what is it, the SEC football game for the SEC championship. But I didn't move to Arkansas until I was in my 20s. I was like probably, I don't know, it would have been like '02. So I guess I was in my mid 20s when I moved here. I like living here. It used to be kind of a small, quiet place, but now it's getting overcrowded. Walmart's bringing everybody here, it seems like. I don't know how well you guys follow Walmart, but don't ever listen to news if someone says that, Walmart's struggling. They're building pretty much, Walmart's building a city right now. I don't know if any of you guys ever looked into that, but look at Walmart home office. They're building a 400-acre city in the middle of our town with like anything and everything you can think of, from hotels, restaurants, daycare. I mean, it's literally its own city. I think they're spending like, oh shit, I lost track of time. I think 30 billion on their city. But Methodical Man is the one who introduced me to this these inversion trades because I guess he was following Dodgy there for a minute. And I've never really watched Dodgy's videos, or I think I've maybe seen like one video, two videos, but pretty much I just learned this from Alan. I mean, from Methodical Man as far as the failed inversion trades go. And these are the Adam Mazzini's numbers here that you can get out of Methodical Man's Discord if you pay for like the $10 premium that he has on his Discord to get these numbers. And I've been trying to mark them out pre-market. So this way, if, whoever's trading with me can use these numbers with me as we trade throughout the day. And we just recently started doing this. I mean, they work pretty well. I mean, as you can see, all these levels that we have marked out have hit some kind of resistance or a bounce zone. So, I mean, they've been working pretty well. And so what I do is a lot of times I take my trades off of the ES. So I watch the ES for support and resistance. And like if we have breakouts on the ES, I will take my trades on the NASDAQ as far as what the ES is doing. I guess it'd be kind of like if you follow the dollar, where, the dollar, if it's going up, the NASDAQ is going down, vice versa. I know, dude. His levels are his levels are good. So this is what we have marked out on the ES over here. I try to put them in big bold letters today. This is the first time I did it. It looks like some elementary big fat letters that you can see them. So this way, if you can't see the levels, you can just see the numbers. This way you can see where I have them. I wasn't sure if we were going to get this high today, so we are finally breaking out of that 80. So we should push those data highs up at the 50s. So we'll just need a candle to print and maybe bounce off of that 80. I want to say 85 is the next one. Or shoot, I don't even have it on here. So let me get it up. Let me look for it again unless it beats me there. 302, 3. I'll have to find it. No, I think it was 94 actually is the next level. Oh yeah, I did have it marked. So 94. I don't think there was any more before that. He has 80, then 94. All right, so we just tapped the data highs from this morning, the 50s. I mean, I don't know if I won't be buying at this high, even though it could go higher. It's probably just going to have to sit here and watch it for myself. Lynn, do you trade the NASDAQ or the ES? All right, so we are finding a little bit of resistance at that level, the data highs from this morning. I'm trying to make sure I didn't miss any numbers because there's just so many. Okay, so you trade the NASDAQ first. I've tried trading the ES, but I have paper hands. I have a hard time holding trades. Well, I used to in the past. So that's how I ended up start trading the NASDAQ because I used to have a hard time trading the ES because, sometimes those ES trades can just be so slow moving. All right. The NASDAQ as whole again. So hopefully we can start selling off from here. I'm hoping the NASDAQ is like, okay, I am complete. I got to hit the data highs. Thank you, Nas. Yeah, we've had some pretty good movement today. Sometimes it's hard to stay on once, the market kind of goes in that choppy time, which today it's been pretty good as far as the lunch hour goes. If we can get through this area, it may take me a risky short. But we'll have to get through this consolidation zone where we consolidated for about 20 minutes or so. How's your trading been going today, Nas? I was up over $100 on all my accounts until we took a trade while ago, and it kind of pushed us back below. I think we lost about half of our profits on this one eval, but we're not trading these other two evals. One's an eval, one's a funded. These two we're copy trading together. Nice little bounce off that 50. Those data highs pay pretty well. I mean, I've heard of other people taking those. They'll put like a standing order in up there at the data highs, and just see what happens. Most of the time they're winners because you get a bounce. I'm ready to see a 100-point sell-off. All right, so we're pushing back below the 80s. Wow, you're trading 5 minis? Whew. I'm over here trading some micros. We were only willing to risk the little profits that we made today on this one eval account. Angel, did you finally get out of your trades? Are you still looking for another short down to the low? Let me see where the 1 hour chart is. Do I have that up still? Let's see. So, oh, you took it from the data highs up there at the 50s? I like to see us, okay. That would have been a nice short area up there at the 50s. I'm going to wait for us to break this zone here. We kind of get out of this fair value gap that we've tested quite a few times. And that'll be pretty much back at the level that we took the short earlier from around just below the 12. All right, so we're testing that 80 range again. Try to get my levels drawn out. I just hope it offers us an entry and not one of those deals where, you know, once it goes, you know, if it does sell off. Oh, shoot. I haven't traded any more of the 250Ks. We just did 2. We failed one, passed one, and I did it on a news play also. My funded account in the 250K, we are up, what did I say, 520? So, and I've only taken maybe 2 or 3 trades with that account. We haven't taken it a lot. I've started being like focused on this other PA account. Is only because I did the monthly premium on that one instead of the lifetime. And so, and I'm going to try to trade it more aggressively just because I either want to fail it or get it to pay out. And so that's why we're copy trading it with the eval at the moment. I know we've been talking about that 50 range for a while. I know I wish I'd have put an order in up at the 50. Come on, 80. Keep on filling. Also, if you're watching the hour chart, we're at a pivot. Uh, so what does that mean? Top Step is once a month. Beulah Knox is 5, but not sure what Apex is. What are you talking about on that? Like the payouts? I don't know. I've never looked into how many times I've had to. I don't think there is with that, but I'm not positive. I've never seen anything on that where I had to take a trade as long as I paid the activation fee for the lifetime. I mean, I don't see myself not taking at least one trade a month, but I guess I wasn't sure about that. I'm not sure if anybody knows that or not. How many times do you have to trade your PA account to keep it active with Apex? I don't know if anybody in here knows that answer or not. Hmm. Yeah, see, I didn't know that either. I use Beulah Knox, and I think I've gone over that 5 days mark. I don't know if that's something they uh, enforce, and that may not be a thing. It's kind of like it's kind of like whenever I pass my, like, let's just say with one of these funded account, it was like a 1 day deal, and I let that count sit there for like almost 30 days before I paid the funded activation because I was trying to spread out the funded part of it. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess I wouldn't even wear that with the Beulah Knox thing. I use Beulah Knox, but it's lately I've been, and I have a Beulah Knox account, but lately I've been just mainly focusing on Apex because of this monthly premium that I had signed up for instead of the lifetime. But I only did one monthly. My other two are lifetimes with Apex. Holy crap, Ian. That is nuts. I haven't had any issues so far today. Well, I've only copy trade once this morning or twice this morning. I've been in just a regular eval. Yeah, see, I haven't traded on Tradeovate in a while too. When I first started trading, I used to trade on Tradeovate. All right, so we are moving down finally. We'll have to get through the 76s. That's our next level down. And we'll need to, if you're looking for shorts, I want to wait for us to break through this pivot area. Then I may just put my stop loss at the pivot. And I'll try to make sure we get down to this range because I don't really want to be a fake out unless that crap just goes really, really fast, which is possibility. May take a risky trade and just put it right there at the top of that pivot. You know what? I've never taken trades on mobile. That seems like that'd be tough to me. I've heard of people doing it, but I've never even looked into it. I've never taken any trades pretty much outside of my house. I usually always make sure I'm at home on the PC. My phone internet is not that great outside of the house. I mean, it works fine, but it's not like super fast or anything. So our consolidation box is still holding up. The 76 is still holding up. Those are the areas that will need to break for us to move down. Okay. And see, I've never done a lot of swing trading either, where you put on trades and walk away. I've tried a few times overnight, and it was never really consistent for me, so I didn't continue doing it. I think if I was better at trying to like figure out which way the market is going to go, from day to day, I think it'd be better for me. But I'm usually not very good at a bias. All right, so we're finally testing the bottom of that gap. This is kind of what I'm waiting to see is going to fail, is the bottom of this imbalance gap or fair value gap, whatever you may want to call it, and the 76 over here. So all right, let's see what this next candle brings us. May take a risky short here and just put my stop loss right there at the 30s. Just trying to make sure this area is going to fail first. But I know if I wait too long, it's going to go without me. So we're kind of pushing back up, testing that pivot area again. That's kind of what I want to see hold up, is this right here. The 22s, 23 area. And the 76 over here. So if the 76 holds, I may go and just jump in and take a riskier trade with it. And this is on 2 micros, so there's not a lot of risk here. All right, we're just going to go for it. And just put our stop loss right here above this wick, this candle here. If this pivot doesn't hold, we're probably going to push back up. And kind of looks like it's not going to hold. Oh, it's going to do us dirty. I'm just going to put it at the top of this candle here. Man, I sit there and flirted with that freaking pivot for last 20 minutes, and now it's going to break it. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not listening. I try to keep an eye on myself. I think it's because I get too close to the mic. Let's see. It's going to take me out. You're probably right about that one. All right, I was just seeing if the static's gone. Okay. Maybe I'll put it just above this fair value gap because this gap seems to be holding pretty well if it does push back up to that gap there. So we're 15. Sell by.
Order submitted.
Not to be the first to sell. that that'd be what 30. Too late, man. We're already in it, trader. Yeah, that's another thing I was disappointed about how many trading days I've lost with my uh, monthly account. I didn't read Adam's warning on the X. He says don't be the first to sell, so we might have jumped in a little too early. Oh, it's gonna come back and get me, Angel. We're gonna need the fair value gap to hold up. What's the? As long as this gap holds up, we'll probably still stay in the trade. But I guess once this gap fails, we'll get out. As long as that pivot holds up, that's not a good sign either. If it goes back and tests the 80s on the ES, it's definitely going to be a losing trade. Make sure I can see it. All right, there it goes. Now it's just teasing us. See how many 5 point up and downs you can get on this zone? Yeah, that looks kind of bullish to me. Where, we get a big volume pull up, then a little red candle, and now we'll get probably a strong candle move up here. I should have been following Adam's warning on the X there because he warned us not to sell too quick. This will probably be my last trade on the eval after this. Then we'll possibly switch over to, if we do take any more trades, it'll just be like a paper trade on a sim account. Because that'll just pretty much put us back where we started out on this eval today. Once it breaks that zone there, you'll probably get a quick move up. This is a fair value gap that we've been kind of just trapped in right here. This area here. Or actually, no, it's farther up. Maybe I need to move it up a little bit more. Maybe this is the zone. There we go. Yeah, it's been inside this gap for, like you were saying, for a whole hour. I'm glad I noticed that. I didn't notice. I had mine put on the wrong wick. It was right there. Oh, well. What's going to be really crappy if it goes up there and wicks us, then sells off. Oh, it's getting so close. All right, we got about less than 5 seconds on this candle. Let's see if. Ooh, that was a close one. And it still could go back there and hit us out. It could just be a pullback back down to that pivot. Too bad I wasn't able to get that better entry from earlier where you got in about the 50s there, Angel. Nice strong. It looks like we're sitting at another pivot on the 1 hour chart. That's kind of where we've been bouncing at for the last hour. Oh, let me get. So yeah, if we can't push, we're gonna have to get through this range here for us to sell down. Thank you, Ian. You have a good weekend too. Thanks for stopping by and chatting for a little. The 1 hour candle's pushing, so. I know. I'm sitting here watching the 1 hour, the 1 hour above me. Oh my god! Wait, 39. I think it can go to the 39 before it finds resistance. So. There's a level at the 39. Waiting for the ES to break the 72. Yeah. We got about 2 minutes left on our hour candle here. Oh, come on. Stay below the 39. All right, so we got stopped at the 80s again. Definitely gonna need the 80s to hold up on the ES for this to be a good trade. Thank you, Mark. Have a good weekend, sir. All right, come on, 1 hour. Let's get through that pivot. If we can get through the 24s, we're going to go. There he goes. The 1 hour is pushing through that pivot finally. All right, about to have another candle print. This is the one we really need to go. What are we looking for? We're looking for what? Come on. Let's go. Go, 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 go. All right, come on, 72 fell. If we get to the 85, I'm just going to take whatever profit it gives me right there because oh no, come on. Okay. All right, we're going to settle for that. I'm not going to lose all my profit this time like we did last time cuz that was a 30-point move. Right? 30? Yeah, 30-point move. Nice. Ooh, we had to hold through some drawdown on that one. Oh, trust me, I got a little scared when I saw the 1 hour pushing up to that 39, and I have a level marked out for the 139 on the the 3. So that's why I moved my stop loss up right above the 40 when I noticed that. I didn't expect this quick of a sell-off, though. I thought we would grind a little bit more. I almost wish I'd have went for my 40. Look, we bounced right off of that pivot at the 70. Remember, that's where we had our stop loss earlier. Or, our profit earlier. Or right below that. That's the only thing about shorts, man. Like, sometimes they just do not give you good opportunities to enter. It's like they just go so quick. It's like someone just pulls the rug. Nice trade there, Angel, if you're still in that from up at the 50s. That's almost, what, a 60, 70-point move there for you, guy. Nice. So that puts us up to 175 for the day on this eval here. So I thought we were just going to either be negative or just finish with $50 for the day. So that was a nice little winner at the end of the day with 2 micros. And I use 2 micros. That way it makes it easier for me to get in those risky trades and you can hold them for a while because it takes a lot to lose $100 with micros. You got to be like down 50 points or something. Trade the what charts again? Let's see. You trade the tick charts. Yeah, I've tried to make it where I've been trading levels. I've enjoyed trading the levels a lot more lately. And what sucks about moves like this, unless you entered way up high, it did not give you no entry unless you're, doing momentum trading where you just jump in. Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard of range bars either. Nice for anybody that was able to get that almost, what, 70-point sell off there. The range held, this gap held. I'm glad I noticed that because that would have caused me to be out of that trade. A while ago, I didn't notice it, but I had the top of my range at this here. And I'm glad I noticed that at the last moment, because it would have came and got me. It hit at the top of this fair value gap here before it sold off. Wow. Definitely left a lot on the table on that one. 100 points, Angel. Did you take it off? Still in? Nice. Still on? Holy crap, man. That's a 100-point drop. Going to the 30s. Yeah, you said that you called the 30s out earlier. All right, move some of these drawings here. Nice. Yeah, for myself, I'm definitely not going to test my luck anymore with entries. It took us a few losers to get that trade because we did take 2 losers earlier and lost $100 on 2 trades, trading micros. And we were finally able to get one. But we made double our profit, so that's positive. Props to Angel for the call out from earlier. We just got in a little too earlier because that was what we were looking for earlier whenever I got in at the 10s. And we were looking for, he had called out the 30s. And so I was just looking for 40 points. But that was the one that came back and stopped me out for break even. But this time was a winner. And this is something that I've been trying to work on a lot to get better at, is to get more of the bigger moves instead of just trying to scalp 5 and 10 points at a time. And just lower my risks a little bit. Oh yeah, dude, it went fast. Nice. Hey, nice still. 25 points. Nice. I had mine set at 30. Let's see. I was in at 115, so 305. Yeah, 30. I had mine at 30. I didn't want to cuz I knew we had resistance at those 80 levels, cuz that's kind of where we were bouncing off earlier. And so that's why I put mine at 85, cuz I didn't want to lose, because I left like 20 something ticks on the board earlier, or 20 something handles on the board earlier from not taking profit, and I didn't want to do that 2 times in a row. So how many points did you get, Angel? We're hitting the 30. So if that was your profit target, what was your entry? Did you enter at the 50s on that one, Angel? All right, nice call out, Angel. The 30 banger. I swear, every time you come over here, Angel, and start talking about the market moving, it's like it just starts moving as soon as you get on. Even though we did have to kind of sit there for an hour. 120. Wow, that's nice. Nice call out even before it happened, too. Good trade. Man, I don't even have any levels marked out below the 68s. Do I? No? Or maybe they're back over here. Oh, I do. Here they are. 62. Let's see. Ain't Trader G, you still in that trade too? Dude, everybody was banging on that trade. Oh, okay. Those are the level numbers. Okay, thanks. Yeah, I'll get them marked out real quick. Oh, you didn't take it. One back up. If it doesn't break the 25, all right. We'll keep an eye on that. Let me get these levels marked out real quick. So 40, 54. What happened there, Nas? Yeah, on the 1 hour chart, that's kind of what I was looking at. There was a level up at the 139s. It was a pivot, or I'm assuming that's a pivot 139s. That was probably the highest I was willing to go on that trade was 139. Oh crap. How many contracts? You must have been some heavy contracts to lose that much. 8 mini. Oh yeah, that's a lot of minis. Uh, I haven't lost nothing like that in a long time because the last time I put a lot of minis on is whenever I was trying to pass that 250K. So 54. $49. All right, we'll just continue lower in a minute or look for more of our levels. in a sec. Let's see where we could go to. Possibly the 60s. I mean, I don't see why not. 60s would be our next level down there. So we printed below that 14 on the 1 hour chart. And so what this range is right here, this is the bottom of the 1 hour here at the 1900s. So that's what we're testing. So we may see a little bounce here. We're at the bottom of the 1 hour chart, or opening range. All right, let me get that on there real quick. We're still holding up at the 54s. So I'll put that 40 on there real quick. I'm trying to see where let me see where the bottom of that opening range is at. This is from the 1 hour chart from this morning. It looks like it's sitting around the 93s, 94 range. And that's kind of where we're tapping at. If anybody looks at like the 15-minute opening range, or this is the 1 hour opening range here that we're at the bottom at. So somebody's been, if you're copying these levels, this level that we're trying to break now is the 54. Oh, dude, Nash, we've all done that. All of us. I mean, I know I've done my fair share of jumping into trades that, you know, you feel confidence that it's going to go in that direction, and it lets you down. I know one of my biggest struggles, something I've struggled with in the past, and every now and I do too, is finding that right spot to put my stop loss. Or if I find myself revenge trading where I'll just move the stop loss altogether, it's like, oh, screw it. I'm either going to blow my account or it's going to win. Oh, yeah, dude, that's a lot. 5 minis? Whew. Man, it's like, do we get a push back up to the 70s or the VWAP? What the heck? Oh yeah, we hit the data highs, methodical man. A lot of us. Well, I took a 30 points out of it. I thought it was gonna come and stop me out. I jumped in. I got in at the 15 at the bottom of that fair value gap at the top of the range, and the gap hold or it held. Hmm. Wow. The FOMO sitting in. It's like I just want to jump in on this one and ride it back up to the VWAP, but I feel like I missed my entry because we're about to hit the VWAP on the ES over here. Oh, you were still in there, Leo, from the short from earlier? Hmm. I think if I was going to enter this, I wish I'd have taken it down in this area here. So did you take it off the 910s? This is where I would have liked to got long if I could, or right before the 20s. But it already went too fast without me. And we still could push up to the 70s. This is back to that pivot and test that pivot. Um, the 1 hour chart's still pushing. 44 has also been support too. I think it was this 44. Yeah, it was this 44 that we've had a lot of support in this area. I've taken trades off of this 44. You figure if we do push, we won't find any resistance till we hit the 58. But right now the ES is sitting at the pivot, not pivot, but the VWAP, and that's where that bounce just came from. Oh. Well, guys, it looks like we're not going to catch that trade on the move back up. It's going to go down to the 57s. All right, so if I look for a short, it's going to be below the 20s, maybe. Maybe take it down to that next level, down at that S2 pivot area. So do we have one more trade in us? Maybe I'll knock it down to 1 micro there, Angel. And we'll just go ultra safe. 1 micro trade. See if we can push ourselves over the $200 range on this eval. This way, if we do lose, we won't lose very much. Looks like we may have to go into a little bit of a consolidation before we get the move either up or down. Methodical man, you still trading or are you just watching? Just watching. Methodical man, you should have came under your different name. You're gonna be over here answering questions there, guy. Whoa, nice. Someone got a Isaac got a nice got a payout. Sweet. Heck yeah. Man, I hope I would take a payout on my 250K one day. I'm not gonna lie, the back is stiff there, guys. We've been sitting here since what, 7 o'clock Central Time. So let's see if this gap's going to hold here on the ES. This is the top of that imbalance gap or fair value gap, whatever you may like to call it. I would like for us to kind of push up here closer to the 70s and look for a short off of that pivot. Not saying we'll get up that high, but that's what I would like to see. Or just maybe around the pivot areas at the 60s too. We're putting the babies on the table over here, man. We're 1 micro in it. We don't want to lose too much of our profits if we do try to take the short. Let's mark out that level here on the 1 hour because I feel like that's going to be our zone there. So right at the 70s, same place as this one here. This area right there. Just above the VWAP and right below the 200. Oh, it's going to, don't sell off quick on us. At least give us an opportunity to join. Oh, that's not even that hour. That's the 15 minutes. We're What untested wick are you talking about, methodical man? Yeah, that's at the 56 on the 1 minute. Mm. Are you talking about these areas here? 56. So it looks like this gap is holding pretty well here on the ES. This is this gap we had marked out here. Oh, it's going to go quick. I like to see the 62 failed on the VWAP on the ES. Unfortunately, once it goes through, it's going to go so fast like it did a while ago. It's not even going to give you an opportunity to enter if we do sell off. If we hold 63, you're talking about as far as like hold it to move down. So if 63 holds, we'll squeeze up or down. Move up if it's 63 holds. All right. Man, as I remember for a while, I wouldn't even trade on Fridays if I was green because I didn't want to have red days moving into the weekend. All right, so come on, 63. Let her go. I like to see the VWAP fail. 63's holding strong. So far, this gap's holding at the 66. The NASDAQ is kind of popping up there testing the VWAP again. I'm probably going to wait. If I do a short, I'm going to wait till we get below the VWAP, unless it just goes without me. So now we're just kind of consolidating, and it could be like this until around the 2 o'clock hour or 3 o'clock hour. If you hear me say the wrong time zone, it's because I'm in Central Time, so I'm an hour behind the normal standard stock market time zones of Eastern. We'll make that smaller. All right, so we're finally breaking out of that fair value gap here. So we may go and get rid of that if that fails. And our next level up is going to be the 68. And this is kind of where we had to sell off from earlier. We've tested that 80 probably, 3 times today already? From the initial data high, we tested it once again mid-morning, and we just tested it also. Huh. I don't know. I've only been trading minis pretty much all day. So this first level that we have marked out, this is not a Adams level. This is just the top of that fair value gap here. Is all this is on the ES. And that's kind of where we've been bouncing. Adam did tweet a while ago, says if 63 holds, we should probably expect a squeeze up. Did he give any kind of like upward range on that call out there, Methodical Man? If 67 does hold, 63 does hold, did he give an area of where we possibly could move to? All right. 72. I know, but hell, that's not even much of a. Okay. But even if we do break this pivot, I mean, we're still going to have to deal with, I mean, this VWAP, we're still going to have to deal with this pivot sitting at the 70s. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait till we push up to the 70s and just kind of see what happens from there. Okay. So that's about 70%, 50% of the move off the low from the on the Fibonacci. So I think I'm just going to stay out of this long just because of where it's at. We have the VWAP sitting at the 58. We have a pivot sitting at the 70. I mean, if he's saying maybe 60, 72, that's usually 4 points off the next set of levels here. So we should hit some resistance at the 68 once again. And I think Adam said he's calling out the 72 there. Good afternoon. Good evening, crypto. It's all good. Trading is just one big day. Somewhere it's in the morning, in the evening, at night. Everybody's kind of on different time zones. Yeah, methodical man, I'm not really looking for any scalping moves. I'm kind of waiting to see. I want like a big, like 30, 40 point move. Dun, 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 dun. You're scalping? Yeah. I'm not going to scalp with one micro there, guy. Methodical man is long. He's taking it up to the 72. We got to find support at the 68. We pushed the 68, and now we need to test it. Oh, you're going to have to take some. You're going to take a little bit of drawdown at the 68. All right, so we are bouncing off the 68. You're long from 52. Man, you got long before the VWAP. Look at you, man. All right, so we did find support at the 58. Adam called out the 72 as our next level as possibility for us to move to. Only one micro left running there, methodical man. See, we're hitting that 70 pivot area. I mean, that's a part, an area that we need to get through for us to push. You know, if the NASDAQ or the ES can push to 72, we should get through that. Methodical man's got balls. He went before the VWAP. I know. Methodical man gets off stream. The gambling comes out of him. You guys keep him from gambling, so that's how he keeps himself from taking bad entries is when he's streaming. But if you get him over there by himself and no one's watching, no, Adam did call out that 63. Stops in at the 60. Nice. Still a 7 handles, 6, 7 handles if you're scalping. More likely, what are you in? Oh, no, you're on 1 micro. That's right. I thought you were. Mm. Sorry, $32,000 in a simulated drawdown. Whew. That's a huge drawdown. Now, what is that on? Is that on Top Step Nas like $100 for a count? Oh. Oh, okay. So 5 of them. Okay. I thought you were meant just for one. If we get above this 70 and find support at this 70, that's our pivot area there on the NAS. Look at that nice clean bounce off the pivot there. Let me move over my levels real quick. I got to keep up this crap all day. How do you put on a continuous where they stay all the way across the board all day? I know there's a way to do that. I just don't know how. All right, 72's up next. For us to be able to push above this pivot at the 70s, we're going to have to make a run for the 72s. Unless the NASDAQ brings the ES back down. No, I didn't trade the news. I did mess around with it on a sim account. I did get on to watch the news, but we haven't traded anymore 250K since we got our 250K funded. And we're just been milking that thing. We're up, since we've had it a couple weeks now, since May, we're up to, $500. And I think I've only taken maybe 3 total trades on that thing. So I figured there's really no reason to be in a hurry since it's a lifetime. So I try to just trade it on those nice trendy days. But we haven't had any, really nice trendy days, at least in the last couple. We had one earlier this week. But with all this news we have, it's been pretty choppy. And I know in the next week or two, we're going to be changing over contracts. I think we're going to the June contracts, or you got to use the September, like ES September 24, I think is our next set of contracts. Someone said the date a while back, but I don't remember the date. I know it's around the 20th, I think. So if 63 fails, do you feel like we're going to sell back down there maybe? You're stopped out? Most likely. It's going to probably go quick. It's like I want to jump in, but I'm scared that we're going to bounce off that 63. Even though we got one micro, I guess we could jump in and just use 10 points. Nice. 284 just using the micros. Means you've had some pretty big trades today. We're up 175 using micros on this eval here. Total, I guess we're up 127, 300, 400, $434 total across the three accounts. If the VWAP can hold, maybe we jump in for a short. But we're only using one micro, so even if we lose, we'll try to keep it where we don't lose to more than like 20 bucks. So I'd like to see the VWAP hold and 68 hold. So we're tapping the VWAP. All right, we're just going to go for it, see what happens. We'll just put our stop loss right above the VWAP. So that is 10. It's like, what, $30, I think, for a total of that. And we'll put our stop loss down here and see if we can take it back down to this next set of levels. Just so you know, we're not really risking anything in this trade. We're just one deep micro in. So what's that, like $2 a handle? And we're going to need the 68 to hold and the VWAP to hold. So I probably wouldn't take this trade if I was trading my normal accounts, just because it's not really a setup. It's just kind of just getting in. Oh, shit. I tried to move it higher. It's going to come at one tickets at the VWAP. You dirty, dirty person, you. So that was, yeah, 25 bucks. So if we are going to look for the short again, we're just going to wait for the 63 to fail. You're long. I wouldn't want to look for a long unless we're above the 70. $30 inversion trade. We don't play on the 30 seconds there, guy. Holy crap. Uh, you got up to $58,000 and closed it at 28K. That's crazy. Methodical man's over here scalping. Wow, we bounced right off that pivot range again. Nice, methodical man. $300. You lost 60K on news today, methodical man? I didn't know you did that. How many counts were you trading? Oh, we're just using standard pivots. Uh, I would have to look up the abbreviation. I'm not really sure what the actual abbreviation means as far as pivot. I would have to look that up. I just know if you go to TradingView and just type in standard pivots. I know they have a proper like abbreviation for them. It's kind of like the VWAP. You know, we just abbreviate the VWAP. Oh. Oh, we're probably going to miss out on this one. But like I said, I wouldn't feel comfortable getting into this unless we can break the 63 on the ES. Oh, shit. You went long again? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's why I probably wouldn't look for anything unless we got back up below that 63 range, since that's kind of been support. Even if we're not able to find another entry today, I'll be happy where, you know, kind of where we're at. Oh, you dirty. It's gonna go fast. Man. That was the trade I was looking for earlier when we jumped in. So we are bouncing off of that 63 level that we have marked out here. Let's see. Let me pull this chart up a little bit so we can see. So our bounce came in this area here. So if I'm looking for a short, I'm gonna wait until we're below this level here. Do guesses. All right. Nice entry. Would that been in your entry around the 50 range? Is that where you got long at today, crypto? Oh, you're talking about where it got you in the trade and messed up on you today and you stayed in it. Ah, okay, I get what you're saying now. Took me a minute to understand. So how long were you stuck in the trade before it finally let you out? Oh, that's what that wasn't saying. Oh, how to extend the triangle. Yes, I did ask that. Okay, I didn't know you were talking about that. All right. Oh, okay. So you just have to change the times that way it goes all day. Okay. Now that makes sense. That way it just continues all day. Okay. Hmm. Start time. Okay. We'll definitely make sure I get that set up next week. Okay. So far that 70's been holding up pretty well. That's kind of where we've been bouncing off of. I'm looking for this area right here to fail if I consider short. Yeah, I feel like I was a little too early to the trade earlier when I thought we were moving down. I know also this week that 44 range has been support on the NASDAQ because we've taken several trades off of that 44. So I think that's the resistance we're hitting there. I'm looking for this area right here to fail if I consider short. I'm looking for this area right here to fail if I consider short. Oh, sorry. I'm looking for this area right here to fail if I consider short. Ah, okay. Let's give her a whirl since you're. Oh, sweet. Oh, that's gonna make life a little bit easier there, crypto. Thank you. All right, let's fix those. Oh, thank you, sir. I've been freaking moving those things all day long. We're waiting for the 63 to fail. No, I didn't. I was waiting for us to see if we get back below the 63 on the ES. All right. Much, much better. Oh, yeah. I took 30 points off of that one. We would have had multiple big 30-point moves, but I let one come back and stop me out when I was already up like 20 something points. I had got into it just a little bit early, and since we had low micros, we were trying to hold off for 40. But that last big move, I put in a standing order, so that time I just didn't let it happen. It would have been a nice 100-point move if I was able to, just stay in it. So now we're finally testing at 63. That was the support from Adam's call out earlier. That's when Methodical Man had mentioned if 63 holds, we should squeeze up. We didn't quite touch the 72, but we got pretty close. Oh, it's going to go without me. Dang it. It didn't even give me an opportunity. dirty, damn it. Oh my God. I'm sitting here waiting this whole time for us to break the 63 and it just went without us. Here comes that 57. I think Angel said that we possibly could touch 57 earlier. I don't know. Maybe I'll take it from this level down. We'll see. Son of a bitch. Oh my God. All right. So we may take the short here. We might just take it off this crap. The only thing is we're about to hit our next level down at the 55. That's the only thing that, or 54. Uh, yeah, I really wasn't looking for the inversion trades. I was just going to try to get short below the 63 once we found a little support. Unfortunately, we went through it so fast, I didn't even get an opportunity to even think about it. It happened so fast. All right, maybe we'll just fill in this gap. We're testing the VWAP. Nice, Methodical. Up 400 on some micros. Sweet. So we do have a little gap here on the 2 minute and probably also the 1 minute. So you like to see this area hold up here. I probably wouldn't, I'm not going to consider a long unless we get back above the 63. Kind of how I see we've been in this, a lot of bounces in this area here, at least for myself. Yeah. There it goes. Nice long online. I just know if I jumped in, that crap would reverse on me right there as it hits the 63s. All right, so we should about to have a candle print here, and it should tap that 63 to 62 range unless it just goes. All right, so we're testing that gap again. I think he said he's doing 5 crypto.
Order filled.
Uh, uh, I thought we were going to sell below that area. Going to have to give it a little bit of room. We just got one micro on. I hope I do. Well, am I on the wrong things? No.
Order submitted.
Looks like we could get stopped there. One micro deep. Sounds good, Trader G. We will see you Monday morning. Thanks for hanging out today. It's hard to say. I'm just doing this based on this level right here. I think we'll at least push down to the 54s before we start to get a little bit of resistance. Oh, I have an ATM strategy. It moved my... I don't want it to stop me out. We're just going to take whatever profit it can give us. I figure we'll run in resistance right here.
Order canceled.
Okay. We had to settle just for a little bit. Wow, we bounced right off that bottom there. Let's see where the NASDAQ is at real quick. So look, we did bounce off of the 54s. Methodical man, did you say we have some kind of split today with that microchip company? What is it? What's the microchip company? Why do I always forget the name of that thing? Yeah, that's it. I think you were talking about their stocks is supposed to split today. Oh, but Monday tech. Okay, so Monday morning. So we didn't let this last one run. So we had a ATM strategy set up so that our it would just follow it down and we'll just take whatever profit it gave us. Thank you, Leo. You have a good weekend too, also, sir. I was hoping that once we broke this level here, that we would try to continue pushing down to the 60 range down here. Equal lows at the 99. Um, So we only got about 35 more minutes before the market closes. So these last 30 minutes can be kind of good volatility. So for this to hold, you're going to need the 61 to 63 level to hold us down. All right. Testing the level once again at the 615s. I'm probably not going to take this trade twice. I figure once is enough. You too, Crypto. Thanks for stopping by and chatting for a little. Hey, thanks for letting me know how to extend out my zone areas so I don't have to constantly move those things all day. I've been doing that all week long, too. Oh, you're good, Mark. Have a good weekend, sir. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you were able to get some of that short that we had earlier. So we're squeezing through that 63 support area from earlier. That's kind of where we squeezed up. That was the one Adam called out a few hours ago. Well, looks like I had the wrong direction picked. I thought we were going to be selling off once we got below that 15, but looks like we're squeezing back up to the VWAP again. Did you take the long off of the 15 there online? So if 63 holds, our next level is going to be 53.68. Golly. Where did you prepping for a short entry? Oh, it's going to. Mm. Nope, it got above that 2-minute candle. Dude, you're jumping in long before the VWAP again there, guy? Are you doing that based off of the 63 level holding up on the ES? What entry were you taking that off of? Is this I guess another inversion gap somewhere I'm not seeing? Oh, you're just taking it off momentum. Gotcha. Oh, let me move that down. There was a 1 minute one. Yeah, we're pretty close to a W here on this 2 minute. You know, if you start here to here, little awkward shape, but here, boom, W. Oh, excuse me. Ugh. Got about 25 more minutes before the market ends. So hopefully you've gotten most of your trades in for the day. I don't usually ever trade the close, but we are here to watch and maybe call out some levels and see what stays in support and what doesn't. So 63 are that area is what you're looking for now as far as what needs to hold up for us to move higher. And we kind of need to get through the VWAP on the NASDAQ. Then we'll move up to the 70. If that's the case, that's the next level of support, the VWAP in the 70 range. But if the 63 fails, that's when more likely you're going to be looking for the market to go back down. So 63 is your key level on the ES. So far, we're finding support at the 63. Uh-oh. Is the NASDAQ going to bring it down with it? Come on. Almost want to jump in and put a nice little tight stop loss right there at the 50s. Risk about 5 to under 10 handles. Because the 2 minute candles keep kind of stair stepping. We'll see what this. Oh, shit. It's going to go without us. All right. Nice little pullback. Let's see if this 2 minute candle holds this previous 2 minute candle. Which it looks like it is. We're going to put our stop loss just right here at the 45. So we're only risking a little bit. It may come back and get us.
Order submitted.
As long as this 2-minute candle holds, we should be good. And once this next candle prints, we'll see what happens. We'll move it down a little bit. So we're about to have another 2-minute candle print. So we're at 38. What is that? 2.6. So what's that, like $12? I think we're risking with one micro. So not risking a lot. This right here is probably more for practice than anything. All right, so we're about to have a new candle print, and we'll move down from there. Not looking too good there. All right. So it came back to the top of that candle. Lost $12 on that move there. If you're willing to risk a bigger stop loss, I mean, you know. I mean, it looks like it wants to sell off. But we were just trying to risk little as our profits as possible. And we only had it on one micro. Let me mark this level out real quick. Methodical man, are you doing the close? Just watching and waiting. Yeah, I didn't really want to risk a lot more of my profits for the day. If I take trades now, it's more or less just like a. Yeah, I feel like we're going to sell off too. I'm pretty sure I got in one candle too early. That's usually the way it goes. It's like, you know, it's going to go, but you just got to find the right time to get in. And most of the time, I usually hop in one or two candles too early. It looks like we're going to have to get through the 34s down here to move lower. It's kind of like we're kind of basing off of that level there. 7 minutes until the murder bot. So what are you saying? Don't be holding trades at 50 after? Was it one day this week we got like a 100-point move in the last 10 minutes? Was that Tuesday or Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday or something like that? One of those days? Man, that 63 has been a magnet. It just. Ugh. All right. We're getting back above the VWAP on the ES and NASDAQ, so that's a good sign. We just got to get through the 63 on the ES. We're probably just going to watch the rest of the day. This way we don't risk any more of our profits. We'll just keep our, what, $500 that we made today, or $400 something dollars we made today. So Methodical Man, when's the last time you've traded that last 10 minutes? I remember that used to be kind of a thing that we used to try to trade that last 10 minutes, but I haven't done that in a long time. Those last 10 minutes of the market. Oh, hit my mic. Oh, yesterday? Nice. Dude, I've been sitting in this chair since 7 o'clock Eastern time. I'm going to need a walker to get up out of this chair. It's almost like my butt is starting to tingle a little bit from sitting here for like, what, almost 7 straight hours. Oof. Butt frozen to the chair. That's what it feels like, man. I'm gonna need one of like them little old lady walkers that you have to like put your knees on or you sit on and push yourself backwards. Yeah, we're just probably gonna sit here and watch whatever happens at close. I'm not gonna try any more trades. That last one was it for me. I mistimed the short, so we're not going to try it again. I try not to take those same entries twice in a row because usually they don't work out for me. So I'd rather just sit here and watch instead of taking a chance again. I feel the best entry was probably the VWAP uh, entry up there around the VWAP. Yeah, I got this 30 area marked out. So, I mean, if we can get below that 30, it'll probably go quick. Oh, you're short? Okay, so you did get short off the VWAP then? Nice. You should have said something, man. I'd be like, I'll gamble with you a little bit, jump in there, see if we can take that 100-point move down to the 57s. Oh, you don't have a stop loss? Nice. Methodical man's going to go into the weekend gambling. Oh, you did? Okay, I missed it then. Oh, God. The pain. Only 10 more minutes. We can do it. Oh, I thought my camera froze. I don't even know why I had this on. There's nobody streaming. We need that good 50-point boner candle to the downside. If you're curious, methodical man, I got that dryer back together working yesterday. It is all whole again in the Husk household. All right, guys, 1 minute away to the 10 minutes till. She is. So if we break this 54, it's probably going to go fast. If it breaks this level here, going to go quick. Then the next level is at the 49, and there's the next one at the 41. So the next three levels are going to be 54, 49, 41 if we continue to sell off. Donating a dryer. Oh, there it goes. There's the 50. So it took the last 10 minutes for us to break that zone. Now is it going to push back up to move up 100 points? It's coming for you, methodical man. Hope you got your points in. Oh, you don't have a stop loss. You better put one in. Maybe this area right here at the 50s will hold. Looks like we bounced out of this area quite a few times. It's a fake out. Methodical man is short from 52. He is looking for a 100-point move down to the 18s 957 or 957s. Oh, you're just targeting 99? We could probably get 99 if we continue. I mean, that's right below this wick here. If it doesn't move for the next, say, 4 minutes, we're going to have to probably wait, closer for the last under 5 minutes. We're going to choose to stay out of the close. We're just going to watch and see what happens and see if Methodical Man gets his winner down to the 99s. He's shooting for 52 points. If we break the 54 on the ES, we should go fairly quick. Yeah, that 915 or 015's been a magnet too. It's going to make you wait another 2 minutes. The only thing is that last 5 minutes, you don't know if you're going to get a sharp pullback, then a dump. There we go. We're only less than 20 points away to the 99. All right, so we just bounced off of that 54 area, and that's what you need to get below for a steep sell-off. The levels are paying today. All right, come on, 54. Let's break. All right, less than a minute to the 5 minute or what 355 algorithm to kick in. Oh, methodical man. Online safety said he's prepping for long. Well, maybe this is just a revisit. Doesn't move back up. Just a revisit to the 30s. Oh, there's that 55. That's what we were talking about. Didn't know if we're going to get a sharp move up. Online safety called out the long down at the 15s, 20s. Methodical man's like, I'm over here with diamond hands. We're holding. When is usually our next sharp movement? The 58 or 59? The final minute. So it looks like we're kind of basing at the top of this small little gap here on the 2 minute. I think as long as we stay below that, we should be good. Thank you, good sir. You too. So we will need that gap to hold to keep us down. Long exit. Nice long there, online safety. Nice call out. Methodical man over there with the diamond hands. He's like, I'm holding. Yeah, unless we get some really sharp movement in this last 2 minutes. Worst case scenario, do you just finish break even, call it a day, take your profits, and wait till Monday? So far, that 2 minute gap's holding up there, methodical man. So that's good. That's music to methodical man's ears there, online safety. The short. All right, last minute of the stock market opening. We will be closing in 40 seconds. It's like go, go, go. If we go below the 30, it should go quick. If we get below the 54s, it should sell pretty quick down to the 49s. You're not going to make it. You may have to hold it until after close. Sometimes they have that last little jolt after the market closes at 4. You too, online. Thanks for stopping by and chatting. Thanks for doing some call outs. Nice. All right, so you got your 15 points. Now that crap's going to sell off like down to like the 90s or the 99s, which you were holding for probably. You're out. Alrighty. Well, I'd like to thank everyone who stopped by to chat and trade and call outs. It was a good time today. It was a. So let me find my thing so I can shut that down. And thanks for anybody that subscribed today. And, you know, you're more than welcome to stop by anytime. And we will see you guys next week if you guys are trading. And have a good weekend.